if a small group of secretive people manipulate and control one of the two great parties in Great Britain, what will they do when they have control of MI5, when they have control of all the levers of the state? Are they suddenly going to believe in justice, in proper investigations, in fairness? Or are they going to be the same as they are now, or even worse?
Al Jazeera has obtained the largest leak of documents in British political history.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. It is absolutely shocking.
Hundreds of thousands of internal communications expose how operatives secretly take control of Britain's Labour Party.
The Labour Party is a criminal conspiracy against its members.
Free speech was shut down.
They tell the inside story of how Sir Keir Starmer, who could be Britain's next Prime Minister, leads a lawless party.
I've waited 17 months to appear in front of you in this hall as leader of our great party.
Confidential documents expose tactics to discredit and expel rivals in the party.
People are actually quite dangerous who are in with the Labour Party. They were playing with people's lives here.
They reveal how Starmer's predecessor was undermined by a smear campaign from within.
It disabled him as a politician and as a potential Prime Minister.
Really nice to see you here. Goodbye.
How British democracy, known as the mother of parliaments, is being undermined by spying and dirty tricks.
No one would expect that a political party would associate themselves with the whole-scale hacking of the press.
It looks like somebody is constantly monitoring me, where I'm going and where my car is parked and where my children is going.
It just stinks to high heaven what they're doing in the background.
We speak to people whose voices have been silenced, including those who support Palestinian rights.
It's very painful. As Palestinians, there was no room for us to enter this debate, and that's how it was designed to be.
And the files reveal how a hierarchy of racism exists under Starmer's leadership.
I face more racism in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
In episode 1 of the Labour Files.
They don't care about the truth. They want control.
How unelected party officials suspend and expel opponents in the party.
They were sabotaging the democratic will of the party.
People will be absolutely furious when this gets out into the public domain. I love the city of Liverpool. Even though we've not been as rich as other cities financially, we've been very rich in terms of our perceptions of each other and our aspirations for a city that is fair and equal and democratic.
Anna Rothery is active in local politics. She has represented Labour, one of the two parties of government in Britain.
Thousands of trade unionists surged to mass
I used to tag along with Mum, butter the bread for the miners and the dockers.
Liverpool is a bastion of Labour, a party born from trade unions and the working class. The city stands in contrast to southern counties of England, which overwhelmingly favour the right-wing Conservative Party.
I think we're always known as a fight-back city. You know, we are very steadfast in terms of fighting against injustice. We don't quit. We continue to fight until we see the movement that we need to see.
Build bridges, not walls.
In 2015, Labour Party members across Britain elect a new leader. He has a radical vision that challenges Britain's establishment.
The wonderful campaign that I was involved with, that I was so proud to lead, brought a lot of people back into politics because they believed there was something on offer for them.
Membership of the Labour Party doubles. The files tell the story of how the hopes of many new party supporters are crushed. How established politicians and party bureaucrats use the media to destroy a movement that sought to change British society.
It's no secret that quite a lot of papers had it in for Corbyn. They were open. They wanted to hear that Corbyn was a thug, or his supporters were thugs. And so they didn't probably investigate these claims with the professionalism which we, I'm including myself in this, should have done.
This is obviously a very disappointing night for the Labour Party with the result.
Corbyn loses 2 elections.
I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign.
The Labour files tell the inside story of what happened to Corbyn. When he is elected 4 years earlier, he has no control over the party's bureaucracy. As leader of the opposition party in British politics, Corbyn has his own office. The General Secretary, Ian McNicol, is in charge of the party staff at its headquarters. It includes a legal unit then headed by John Stolliday. Below him are teams that deal with complaints and suspensions from the party.
From the moment Jeremy Corbyn was elected, he faced complete opposition and resistance from the party's staff, people who are paid to do the work of the party.
The party headquarters is at a central London building called Southside.
The senior staff of the Labour Party were operating a different strategy from that which the leadership, the democratically elected leadership, had decided upon. So they were sabotaging, if you like, the democratic will of the party.
In Liverpool, the files tell the story of a city deprived of its voice.
They closed ranks and went, we don't want anybody who's got an ounce of time for Jeremy Corbyn.
The Labour files show how, behind the scenes, party bureaucrats prevent Rothery seeking higher office.
She has a Jekyll and Hyde character. Someone who can be quite rational, and then in seconds turns into a screaming banshee. It's a vile comment to make. Such a horrible comment to make about a woman. You know, a screaming banshee. When you get to the point where you think a little cabal like this can predetermine the direction of travel of an entire movement, we're in, uncharted waters.
It's a story that starts across the Mersey River in the summer of 2016.
The Wallasey Labour Party was a really friendly organisation. There was no hostility, no arguments. There was the occasional debate about things where we differ.
But there is a mood of crisis in the party.
Jeremy Corbyn's Labour leadership is in crisis as he loses 9 members.
I told Jeremy Corbyn last night that I no longer had confidence.
The Labour Party is in turmoil. Numerous members of his shadow cabinet.
I just feel the party needs leadership and direction.
It's been a disastrous weekend for the Labour Party. There have been mass resignations by 11 shadow ministers.
Please, for the sake of our party, leave
He now needs to step aside.
It becomes known as the chicken coup. In Wallasey, Labour Party members hold their annual meeting. A year earlier, they had nominated Corbyn as party leader. The Member of Parliament for Wallasey is Angela Eagle. She is unable to attend the meeting.
Our MP, Angela Eagle, had been very supportive of Jeremy in the meetings where she would come along to constituency meetings and give a report about what had been going on.
According to Runswick, the meeting ends without incident. A week later, a prominent opponent to Corbyn claims that Eagle, who is openly lesbian, is the victim of abuse.
I got a phone call saying that there was a television programme where Tessa Jowell was saying that Angela had been subject to homophobic abuse at the meeting.
I mean, I talked to Angela about her meeting. She faced homophobic abuse at that meeting.
Angela wasn't at the meeting, but the inference was that she was. She wasn't.
Activists and members of Parliament and their staff are facing day in, day out harassment and, in some cases, intimidation.
I rang other people who were at the meeting. It was just a complete shock. We didn't know anything about it.
No one heard this, you know. The sort of people be, oh, you don't use language like that.
There was no homophobia or intimidation at the meeting. It's a very small room, so it would be very easy to hear what was being said by other people.
The national media seize on the story.
There was articles and television interviews saying that there'd been people shouting that Angela was a dyke, that there was homophobic gestures made, and repeated homophobic comments. Then over the days and weeks to follow, the allegations grew into, first of all, it was widespread homophobia.
What happened in Wallasey is to become the playbook of Corbyn's opponents in the party. The Labour files reveal the series of complaints filed by Eagle supporters to the party.
Limp wrist gestures were made at our LGBT officer, and nasty homophobic comments were made about our MP.
I did not see any limp wrist gestures, and there were no homophobic comments made about the MP.
I had no homophobic abuse. I don't know anyone who did. And there was no other abuse.
I've never seen such tosh in all my life.
The room was full of trade unionists who are well aware that their jobs were on the line if any slurs about homophobia or misogyny were found to be true. I just was stunned.
It didn't happen. And yes, I did repeatedly say that these things didn't happen because they didn't. As simple as that, and I'll say that forever.
My daughter got married the day after the meeting, and she married a woman. I wasn't alone on the top table with a relative who identifies as bisexual. So it just seems strange that anybody would think that we would allow that to go on.
And here you have people who seem palpably decent, men and women, in order to damage the local Labour Party. A real horrible hatchet job is being done on the local members.
Eagle then reveals her intention, not to support Corbyn, but to challenge him.
Today, I'm announcing my decision to stand for the leadership of the Labour Party.
There needed to be a distraction from the fact that Wallasey constituency were not supporting their MP's leadership bid.
Angela Eagle and her staff started to become paranoid that she was going to be deselected, as in that her local members would say, well, we don't want you to be our MP next time there's a general election. And so that was something which they were very animated about.
I'm looking forward to having a debate with Jeremy Corbyn about the things that really matter to our country.
A councillor, Paul Stewart, compiles a dossier of complaints from 17 people claiming they heard homophobic comments.
It must have been said very loudly. Now, those 17 people heard it. Other people in the room would also have heard it, but didn't hear it because it wasn't said.
Stewart sends the dossier to party headquarters.
I have also attached a slip of paper that was handed to me previously by a Momentum member.
Momentum was an organisation set up in 2015 to give some kind of organisational form to the movement that supported Jeremy Corbyn.
Stewart claims the note is evidence of a plot by Momentum.
How to take control of Labour Party meetings.
It's not the kind of note that I've ever seen anyone circulating seriously. This is a note caricaturing what the militant tendency was accused of doing in the 1980s.
At this year's Labour conference, militant and its supporters seem to have had as high a profile as ever.
The militant tendency was a radical left faction that was accused of secretly plotting to take over the Labour Party. At that time, it controlled Liverpool's local government.
For the right of the Labour Party, the battle against militant in the 1980s is kind of biblical. It's the foundation of their politics.
A think tank from the right of the party publishes a review of a book about the militant tendency. It claims to describe militant strategy for taking over party meetings in the 1980s. The note from Councillor Stewart is copied directly from the book review.
I don't know if somebody has passed a note like that. I don't know. They're totally bonkers if they have. I find it hard to believe that a document like that would be passed around that I wouldn't have got to hear about personally.
Some people have said, Tom Watson's there, he knows.
Tom Watson, Corbyn's deputy, but privately a critic, obtained Stewart's note. Watson then writes to Corbyn.
There is no denying that tightly organised factions are organising within Momentum and the party.
At the end of Watson's letter, he says,
I attach a document that I am reliably informed is being shared between Momentum members with links to far-left parties, which summarises the methods used by militant in the 1980s. I hope this note helps to dispel any remaining notion that entryism is a conspiracy theory.
Paul Stewart's note ends up in the national media.
As Tom Watson says, are you allowing Trotskyists and the hard left to infiltrate Labour?
This is how facts are created in the political media space. You have something which is reportable and it can always be referred back to, and it becomes one of these facts, which of course isn't a fact. And that's how a large number of these stories come about.
I think the British media has a lot to answer for, including me. I remember reading this and thinking, yeah, well, that's, some of the Corbyn supporters are a rotten lot. The media should have done what the media is supposed to do, which is to question the official versions of the truth, or the Labour Party version of the truth, and gone and say, is it really what was really going on?
The files reveal that Angela Eagle colluded with party bureaucrats in Labour's London headquarters. Stewart writes to senior party official Emily Oldknow.
I think that the constituency Labour Party is out of control and should be suspended with immediate effect.
Oldknow forwards the message to Ian McNicol, the party's general secretary.
Obviously, anything would have to be agreed with Angela.
McNicol responds.
She is happy for constituency Labour Party to be suspended, and so am I.
Oldknow emails back.
We have to do what Angela wants in these circumstances.
Now, that's new to me, because up until now, I've always said that I could never prove that Angela was involved in any of this, because I couldn't.
Southside suspends Wallasey Labour Party. They are banned from holding official meetings. Paul Davies organises a public meeting.
This is your chance to find out what is really going on in Wallasey Labour Party, and your chance to have your say.
Allies of Paul Stewart complained to party bureaucrats that Davies delivered the flyers only to the homes of party members.
I witnessed Paul Davies posting the flyer through our letterboxes. No one else in our close received this flyer.
Stewart claims Davies has illegally obtained party membership data.
I am aghast that such clear data protection has been breached, yet nothing seems to have been done about this.
Stewart demands that Davies is expelled from the party and reported to the police.
The police and/or the Information Commissioner's Office should be informed of this clear breach of data.
But Davies was not in Wallasey on the day they claim.
I was in London, which is unusual. I don't go to London very often. I'd gone to see a show from Brightly. But if I hadn't been in London, if I hadn't had train tickets, if I hadn't had credit cards, I would have been expelled from the Labour Party because some people got together and decided that'd be a good way to get rid of me.
A party official emails a colleague who handles investigations.
Well, if he wasn't even in town, bit lucky we didn't suspend him.
Well, I like him. He's got a sense of humour. It's a bit lucky they didn't suspend me. If that had been me, I'd have been saying, well, how did this happen? Well, they know how it happened. They know that people are getting together to construct evidence against little old me.
Metadata from the files reveals who wrote the complaints against Davies.
Right. So if you've got the original email or document, you can get to who authored it. And the author is the email address of Paul Stewart, because I've emailed him. So Paul Stewart wrote that document for one, at least, of his relatives and friends to sign.
Davies dares the accusers to take a lie detector test in front of journalists. Party headquarters suspends him from the Labour Party for 2 years. John Stolliday leads the legal department. Reporting to him is the head of disputes, Sam Matthews. He's charged with investigating the alleged homophobic comments. Only 4 of the original 17 complainants heard any.
4 people explicitly claim to have heard the Dyke comment. 3 of those 4 people have the same surname. I interviewed one of them, and I firmly believe his account.
The common surname is Stewart. The party's official report on Wallasey claims that Eagle
received many hundreds of abusive, homophobic and frightening messages sent by Labour members.
The files show that, despite this claim, no Labour Party members are suspended for homophobic behaviour. But Matthews keeps the constituency party suspended for over a year. He emails Oldknow.
I have every sympathy for the fact that Angela is still in a difficult situation as they are properly organised in her constituency.
Matthews also recognises that Wallasey's membership supports Corbyn and not Angela Eagle.
My worry is that based on track record, no matter how much time we give Angela to organise, so little work will go into it that we'll end up getting asked to extend it further and further.
So we have no democracy. If you have an inner core of 6, 8 or 10 people nationally with their tentacles spreading out to the various regions, saying who can be a candidate, saying who can be a member, then you control the body politic of one of the major parties in this country. And I find that is undemocratic. Basically, it's a coup by a group of people to take over one of the major political parties in Britain.
Brighton is a progressive city in the UK. It's kind of known for being progressive. It's known for being kind of liberal, left-leaning. And obviously, the movement behind Jeremy Corbyn was very strong in Brighton and actually in other places on the south coast.
The local branch becomes the largest in the country with over 6,000 members. The party organises its first general meeting since Corbyn became leader.
The atmosphere in the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn was one of optimism, was one of cheer, was one of solidarity. We organised a rally before the annual meeting of the City Party. Anyone was invited, and we had about 700-800 people there.
A week before the meeting, the leader of the Labour group in the Brighton City Council sends an email to his supporters.
I'm emailing to ask you a favour. Next Saturday, our city Labour Party faces a takeover by a group of individuals from Momentum and other fringe left-wing groups. This party has faced down militant before. I'm asking you to help do that again.
I was a member of Momentum at that time, and we decided we would run a left slate, which we did. We went into that meeting open, honest, transparent, to make speeches, and when we were elected, we were very pleased.
We all had 65% of the vote. 2 in 3 people attending it, a record turnout, a record majority, had won. Fantastic.
But actually, in retrospect, we went into that meeting like lambs to the slaughter. We had no idea of the level of corruption and conspiracy and lies and abuse that would follow as a consequence of a democratic election within Brighton.
And then I got a call. It was about 10:30, I think, that night. I was just outside the theatre. It was a call from someone in Jeremy Corbyn's office, someone I knew. And she said, I thought she was ringing to congratulate me, as I got text and phone calls, but no. She rang me and said, yes, we've got to do something about the spitting. We've got to be able to rebut the spitting. I said, what? What spitting?
The following day, Morgan sends a complaint to Labour's regional office.
Venue staff were allegedly spat at. Others were verbally intimidated. Our organiser was assaulted and abused. I've no hesitation in saying that this is a hostile takeover of the party.
These fake accusations were shooting around the world before truth gets its boots on. It took me 48 hours to piece together what anybody could have pieced together. And that is, lies had been told. They'd been told repeatedly. Over 2 or 3 days, with repeated opportunities, they lied. They lied, lied, and lied again. I took 78 statements, 23,000 words, named people who attended, and every single person said there was nothing wrong. When I got the CCTV footage proving there was no spitting, the allegations disappeared.
Despite having no evidence that spitting or aggression took place, the files show that Labour's legal unit is intent on overturning the victory of the pro-Corbyn faction. Catherine Buckingham from the Disputes Unit writes to her boss.
What's your feeling on Brighton?
The head of the legal unit replies.
Exactly what you proposed. Overturn the annual general meeting, deal with individuals, while we worry about applying the rules correctly and legal niceties.
Buckingham feels confident that the rules don't matter.
It's all about to come to a head. I'm not worried about any of those things. I say act now and worry about those things later.
Days later, the results of the election are overturned and the constituency is suspended.
The biggest mistake I've made, apart from joining the Labour Party in the first place, was winning an election in the Labour Party, and they can't stand that.
In a residential suburb of London, Labour Party members meet to discuss the role of their local MP in the so-called chicken coup against Corbyn.
Feelings were running quite high because there was a perception that the MP in Harrow West, Gareth Thomas, had been very unsupportive towards Jeremy Corbyn, the leader, and had resigned from the shadow cabinet. And there was a motion that criticised Gareth Thomas for this. And various people spoke in favour of it, but I actually spoke against it because I didn't think it would be that helpful.
Pamela Fitzpatrick says the mood suddenly turned sour.
Michael Borio, who was a councillor, became very agitated and stood up and started shouting primarily at me, and was very aggressive. I didn't respond. I continued to respond to the chair, and I remained calm throughout that time. And the meeting ended, and that was that, really.
Fitzpatrick is suspended from the Labour Party. No reason is given.
I was really, really upset, in tears a lot of the time, actually, over this.
The files reveal that a complaint made by Michael Borio led to Fitzpatrick's suspension.
So I've got an email here from Councillor Michael Borio. I haven't seen this before. None of this I've actually said, which is quite shocking. At a meeting where Michael Borio was aggressive and shouting at me, and at which I've not responded, he's actually twisted it so that I'm the aggressor shouting at him and being rude at him.
I was shouted down and heckled by Councillor Fitzpatrick. We should listen to others with respect and not heckle, abuse, bully or attack our fellow Labour colleagues.
It is completely fabricated. So how is that a fair process? It's astonishing that a party that calls itself a democratic party would behave like this.
The branch chair compares the methods used to suspend Fitzpatrick to those of Soviet spies.
The suspensions were done in a draconian and secretive way, which owed more to the style of the KGB than the Labour Party.
I was really, really affected by it, actually, and had started to suffer with depression and anxiety about going to meetings. That was the first time I started to worry that when I went to meetings, I was going to be attacked.
The files reveal the role of local Labour MP Gareth Thomas in expelling members of his own party. Thomas sends a letter to General Secretary Ian McNichol asking for pro-Corbyn activists in Harrow to be treated more harshly. Thomas proposes
reviewing the disciplinary procedures. I am concerned that the party has decided to rescind their suspensions and allow them to continue their infiltration activities into Harrow West.
The London regional organiser writes to Head of Disputes Sam Matthews.
Regarding Pamela Fitzpatrick, Gareth is getting very worried about it all and wants to come in to have a chat about it.
Gareth is chasing via Ian's office.
This email confirms that Gareth was behind all of this, including me. He publicly will say that he's very supportive of me. He's actually written, whilst he was planning to get rid of me, he's written letters in support of me that he'll send to local people to tell them that he's actually supporting me.
The files reveal that a number of MPs are involved in the purging of members of their own constituency party. The MP for Hove is Peter Kyle. He sends an email to the governance and legal unit.
Rebecca Massey, I would like to direct you in the strongest terms to investigate and to remove the member from the party. You will see a pattern of behaviour online which is also replicated in person. She is regularly aggressive to my staff and myself at meetings. I think it's very important that abusive and uncomradely behaviour is dealt with by the party.
It's astonishing that at that time, an MP would be making those assertions in order to get me expelled from the Labour Party. A man, I will say, I've had in my own house for meetings. I'm not an aggressive person.
Rebecca Massey avoids disciplinary measures and is elected as chair of a local branch. A former MP, Ivor Kaplan, is in the same branch. He complains to the regional office.
I must immediately request that this person's membership is suspended and subject to further investigation.
Kaplan sends a link to an article by a group known as the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism. Massey's tweets describe her view of the influence of the pro-Israel lobby in Britain. The article states that Massey is
dedicated to the demonization of Israel.
It also alleges that a problem of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party rests
squarely in the black hearts of individuals like her.
There was a whole article about how I was an anti-Semite. I began to be traduced.
February the 3rd, 2017 was the day that anti-Semitism was used for the first time in Brighton and Hove as a weapon against pro-Corbyn candidates. Because it was on the 3rd of February that the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism published a shocking article about Becky, immediately amplified, retweeted, and drawn to the attention of media.
From that initial one story, there have been 6 years of abuse following, always referring back to that initial story. And that's gone on for six years now.
A month earlier, Al Jazeera broadcast an investigation into Israel's attempts to influence British politics.
Using an undercover reporter, Al Jazeera's investigative unit exposes Israel's clandestine activities in London, a city that's become a major battleground. One of Israel's main targets is the Labour Party. For the first time, its leader is a champion of Palestinian civil rights.
They'd be very happy to see Jeremy Corbyn no longer leader of the Labour Party, for sure.
It's a covert action that penetrates the heart of Britain's democracy.
A senior political officer at the Israeli embassy discusses with a British civil servant how to deal with MPs who were critical of Israel.
Can you give us some MPs that you suggest you will take down?
The investigation forces the Israeli ambassador to apologize to the British government, and the diplomat is sent home.
The diplomat in question no longer seems to be a functionary of the embassy in London. And so whatever he may exactly have been doing here, his cover can be said to have been well and truly blown.
The undercover operation also shows how a former employee at the Israeli embassy becomes leader of the Jewish labor movement.
Hi guys, so I've been introduced. I'm Ella, I am JLM's barbecuer-in-chief and new director. Should probably hire someone political who actually knows, what they're doing. Before that, I was at the embassy working with Shai. They all know where they belong.
Shai is the name of the disgraced Israeli operative. Ella Rose discusses methods she favours to deal with rivals within the party. Jackie Walker is a pro-Corbyn activist who supports civil rights for Palestinians.
I saw Jackie Walker on Saturday and thought, you know what, I could take her. She's like 5'2" and tiny. I'm very over them and their existence. As far as I'm concerned, they can go down
Well, it's interesting to see that again, because obviously I have seen it before. And just the sort of smugness of the woman, talking about not only a fellow Jew and a fellow Labour Party member, as Jackie says, but a woman. It's extraordinary.
Naomi Wimborne Idrisi is one of several party members who complain.
So a few of us women in the Labour Party who were Jewish got together and we sent in an official complaint. And we wrote to Ian McNichol, who was General Secretary at the time, and we said, obviously it's completely inappropriate for a Labour Party member to be talking about another party member in this way. What did he intend to do about it?
The Labour files reveal that party officials treat Rose very differently to members who criticise Israel. Rose emails Sam Matthews, the then head of disputes.
I would very much like to volunteer to come and meet with you and all relevant members of the disputes team next week in order to clear this matter up at the earliest opportunity.
4 days later, Rose meets Matthews.
Had I known that our private meeting had been covertly recorded with the intention to broadcast our conversation on an international network, I would have never made those comments.
Days later, Matthews writes to Rose.
At interview, you said that you understood the language you used was ugly, and in retrospect, you wished you had not used those words. You noted that there isn't, nor will there ever be, any public record of you using such language. For the reasons outlined above, the Labour Party will be taking no further action on this matter.
Within a few days, I got an email back saying thank you very much. I've looked into this. We've reminded Miss Rose of the conduct expected of members of the Labour Party. Case closed, goodbye.
The files include Wimborne Idrissi's email asking the General Secretary to bring the decision on Rose before the party's governing body, the NEC.
We are disappointed to have received no response to our email calling for a review of Ian McNichol's judgment on our complaint against Ella Rose. We look forward to hearing what the NEC plans to do to correct the current unsatisfactory situation.
So McNichol's immediate response is to mail Stoliday, Matthews and Old Now saying Happy Friday. Nice. And then Stoliday gets back to him, Matthews and Old Now. Don't think it needs a response. We said clearly matter is closed.
The Labour movement stands for decency and fairness. And looking at the Ella Rose disciplinary case, it's sort of chummy. You know, this very rapid exchange of emails, the personal meeting, the declaration that the case is closed.
Rose's case will not be discussed by the National Executive Committee because Stoliday, the head of the party's legal unit, ensures it is dealt with secretly. A day after Matthews clears Rose, Stoliday sends an email to fellow official Odno. He briefed an official on the NEC.
She is fine, says important that we deal with it informally and don't take it to NEC where everyone will get worked up.
Matthew tells members of the NEC that Rose's case has been handled according to standard procedure.
Officers applied, I think I'm going to have a giggle here. Officers applied exactly the same standards as they do for all investigations when deciding the most proportionate recommendation to make. Sorry. That's hilarious, really, isn't it? Never mind.
It looks like an example of abuse, and it's sort of thing that ought to have gone to the NEC.
As far as I'm concerned, they can go down.
It looks like there's a set of double standards going on here, that Ella Rose is being treated in a different way, more friendly way, after abusive behaviour, which she acknowledges, than people in Brighton and in Wallasey, etc.
In northwest London, Fitzpatrick's suspension is overturned, and she becomes Labour's parliamentary candidate in Harrow East. The constituency debates whether to affiliate to Jewish Voice for Labour or JVL. JVL represents Jewish members who are critical towards the State of Israel. The Jewish Labour Movement, or JLM, supports Israel.
There was a debate, which was a very civilised debate. It was a very balanced thing. They voted overwhelmingly to support Jewish Voice for Labour.
Fitzpatrick suddenly receives a flurry of aggressive tweets.
The next day, There were comments on social media attacking me for Harrow East having affiliated to Jewish Voice for Labour and asking me to condemn Jewish Voice for Labour. It just kept getting worse and worse. And then it was, well, your silence means, you know, you support it. Your silence means you support Holocaust deniers. And then it turned into, you are a Holocaust denier.
One of the accounts attacking Fitzpatrick belongs to a Labour Party activist, Luke Stanger.
Councillor Fitzpatrick's selection has already caused alarm to some in the Jewish community.
It's stirring things up and creating this perception that somehow I'm anti-Semitic. It's really upsetting for me, really, really upsetting.
Stanger contacts an employee of Fitzpatrick's on Facebook.
I have been asked by a moderate councillor in Harrow to help build up a social media dossier on her, which can then be leaked out and will hopefully result in the suspension of her candidacy. She seems a nasty sectarian mouthpiece for the hard left.
I did some research and then found that there were other people that he attacked.
I'm one of many women who's been on the receiving end of Luke Stanger's abuse over the years. He started pretty much kind of constantly and relentlessly writing abusive tweets about me. He uses words like crazed, deranged, repellent, rancid, grandma, this kind of language. Now, this isn't the language of political discourse, and nobody could argue that it is. But that's the kind of language that Luke Stanger uses.
Come on, you Spurs! Happy day!
Luke Stanger then became associated with a group called Sussex Friends of Israel. And Luke Stanger would appear with some of the characters from Sussex Friends of Israel, where there were pro-Palestinian stalls or leafleting. Luke Stanger would appear and he would walk around filming.
He's one of those people that just seems to be able to act with impunity, that whatever he does is going to be acceptable to party officials. And you can't help being suspicious, really, about, you know, who's backing him, who's supporting him. You know, how does he manage to continue in the way he does?
After multiple complaints are filed, the Labour Party suspends Stanger. The party sends Stanger a questionnaire inviting him to respond to the allegations. Stanger rejects the accusation that he has broken any of the party's rules or codes of conduct. Metadata in the Labour files reveals that Stanger didn't write the letter himself.
Okay. Okay. So this shows that the author of what I've been looking at by Luke Stanger is another Luke, Luke Akehurst.
Luke Akehurst is an influential figure in the Labour Party and now sits on the party's National Executive Committee. He's also a key figure in the pro-Israel lobby, a director of We Believe in Israel.
Oh, my word. So the author of those documents, surprise, surprise, is Luke Akehurst.
Luke Akehurst is known to be the anti-Corbynista of all anti-Corbynistas.
What this makes me feel is I had the sense all along that this was organised. Now, Luke Akehurst is behaving like this. It's quite shocking, really.
We've always had a diverse mix of communities in Liverpool. The proudest thing I would say is that I've made politics accessible to people. I've shown them that, you can represent communities. It was about making sure that we did have the political representation and have a say on how the city was run.
The Labour files reveal how Keir Starmer's enforcers take control of the selection of the party's candidates.
One of those men arrested is the mayor of Liverpool.
On suspicion of conspiracy to commit bribery and witness intimidation.
When Liverpool's mayor is arrested, it sparks a new selection process for the party's candidate in the upcoming election for mayor. Anna Rothery seeks the party's nomination.
I believe real change comes from the ground up, not the top down. And it's on that basis that I ask for your support.
A panel of party representatives interview Rothery. She is selected with 2 other candidates for a vote by Labour members in Liverpool.
I was very surprised in terms of the way people rallied round to support me.
Rothery was backed by one of Britain's largest trade unions.
I was endorsed by Unite. I was also endorsed by many MPs. I was also endorsed by Jeremy Corbyn.
I'm absolutely delighted to support Anna Rothery as our candidate to be Liverpool's mayor.
It's great to have, those endorsements by public figures, but the most meaningful endorsements came from the people of Liverpool. As far as I was aware, it was then down to the people of Liverpool to choose who they wanted to be their candidate.
Former leader Jeremy Corbyn is one of the latest victims of the purge against the left of the party. He was suspended from the party's ranks in Parliament.
Will you be restoring the whip?
I put a statement out last night, thank you.
In Britain, it is called having the whip removed.
Thank you very much for coming.
Rothery speaks out against the party's treatment of Corbyn.
I'd like to see the whip restored to Jeremy and the constituency Labour Party officers who have faced arbitrary suspension to be reinstated.
Rothery's statement lands in the inbox of senior officials at party headquarters.
One of our Liverpool candidates. Not ideal.
A fellow Labour councillor in Liverpool also emails London headquarters.
Anna continued to call for the restoration of the whip to Jeremy Corbyn. This action has seen constituency Labour Party members suspended, but we're turning a blind eye to this?
Party officials in Southside discuss dealing with Rothery.
Anything to do or see here?
I don't see anything that's really actionable in this.
Well, they're obviously trying to filter for information that's going to be detrimental. It seems as though they're trying to discredit me as a viable candidate.
Then something unexpected happens.
The next thing I got an email saying we're going to have to hold off in terms of the elections. The panel want to invite the 3 candidates back to another interview. I didn't really understand what was behind it. I just thought it was just maybe they wanted to check some facts.
A letter arrives in the inbox of the new Labour Party General Secretary, David Evans. It comes from Alan Dean, a former Labour councillor in Liverpool.
Dear David, I've been asked to contact you in relation to Councillor Anna Rothery and her unsuitability to stand as Labour's candidate for the position of elected mayor of Liverpool. I'm firmly of the opinion that she would be a disaster, a disaster for the city and the Labour Party if she were to become the elected mayor.
It went on.
Her sudden conversion to and support from various senior Corbynista MPs is of huge concern for the direction she would take.
Well, it's all beginning to slot into place. The more I'm reading, I'm thinking this was a concerted effort by very senior people to disparage, me as an individual.
The letter makes comments about Rothery's family.
I don't even want to repeat that. It's just so untrue. It's and it just tells me that he's such a vicious individual to bring people's children into something. This is really dirty business.
Dean's letter also raises an incident involving a fellow Labour councillor a decade earlier.
When the councillor, which was Nick Small, came to my table, I knew it was going to be nothing but trouble because Dave was being trouble. And I'd got to the point where I just avoided him. And so he gradually worked his way round and he said, you only got that position because you're black. And I just ignored him.
A version of the row is leaked to a Liverpool newspaper, alleging that Rothery had prodded Nick Small on the head. A party officer conducts an internal investigation.
I don't know what investigation he did, but I know what the outcome was that Nick Small apologised to me.
Dean's letter contains a condemnation of Rothery.
She has proven herself to be untrustworthy, dishonest person, someone who is solely motivated by her ego, status, and financial gain.
The Labour files do not establish who asked Dean to write the letter to the party general secretary.
And it's obviously designed or orchestrated, to feed into something much bigger out of my control in terms of what they're trying to do.
Rothery goes to her second interview with a selection panel. But this time, it's very different.
I think I knew within the first couple of seconds that there was something not quite right about it, because the demeanour had changed in terms of the panel.
The encounter with Small is raised.
I was literally told by one of the panel members that there'd been an incident in 2011 that would bring the party into disrepute. Because I'd slapped or punched or hit Nick Small. They felt that Nick Small had made a complaint against me, whereas when I said that I'd made it against him, they kind of looked a bit deflated, to say the least.
I was walking with my youngest boy to the nearby school. Near the school, I saw Luke Stanger.
Luke Stanger remains suspended while the party investigates his case. According to his notice,
a suspended member shall not represent the party in any position at any level.
Social media posts show him campaigning for Labour MPs during the 2019 general election.
He saw me, I saw him. I didn't know him, I knew of him, and I didn't want to talk to him. Then I received a private message from Luke Stanger, which was a shock. It said something along the lines of, good to see you on the morning run with your son. So not unfriendly, but I didn't interpret it as a friendly act.
McCarthy is then accused of anti-Semitism.
I'm at home with my family, and I start seeing these things appearing on my phone about me being a vile anti-Semite. And completely disgraceful. And these vile, horrendous allegations are being made against me. I am not an anti-Semite. I absolutely detest that allegation. It is completely and utterly untruthful. I'm an anti-racist. I'm proud to be an anti-racist.
Stanger increases the intimidation.
My workplace was telephoned by Luke Stanger, and the reception took a message and they said they wanted to speak because there was a dossier on me. And I thought, what the hell is going on here? I didn't respond. My stepdad was the owner of the firm at the time, and he didn't respond either. A few days later, we received another phone call from Jonathan Hoffman.
Jonathan Hoffman is a pro-Israel activist and an advisor to the campaigning group Labour Against Anti-Semitism. He's been convicted of aggressive and bullying behaviour.
Jonathan Hoffman said something along the lines of that he had a dossier on me and wanted that to be shown. Then the dossier was sent through to my pa's, my stepdad, my pa's private email address. And that dossier was horrendous reading. It was awful. It was interactions of me with someone online where that person said they wanted to behead my family. They wanted to behead me and my family. And they said a whole number of things. I don't know if I can repeat them. I can't repeat them about my mother. To make those threats against me and my family, and to say those things about my mother. My stepdad read that, and he was very upset about reading all of that. I can't talk about most of it. My mum worked for the NHS. She was a good person.
In Liverpool, Anna Rothery decides to seek legal advice. Her lawyer accuses the interview panel of subjecting her to
an unfair, arbitrary, capricious, and irrational process.
They seek legal redress.
Our client will seek an emergency interim injunction to enable her name to go forward on the ballot to Labour members in Liverpool.
And so we decided that we would ask them to halt the process in terms of the vote, etc., and to give them time to put a case forward as to why I couldn't stand.
Rothery's lawyer reminds the Labour Party that it has a
legal duty to preserve all relevant documents in your control,
including
any documents passing between you and the other panel members.
The panel decides to exclude Rothery and both other candidates from the shortlist.
We were basically told that they were reopening the contest and we need not apply.
The party tells her that the decision was taken after giving
careful consideration to the additional information presented to it.
I still was, doing the duties of a Lord Mayor. I just felt completely deflated and undermined. I felt like it'd been a full-blown character assassination. I still can't make head or tail of it, even all this time after.
Rothery's lawyer seeks an injunction. He asserts the legal right to view evidence.
Please disclose all additional information presented about our client.
The party's lawyers respond to Rothery's request for disclosure of documents.
We decline to provide the disclosure requested. None of the documents you seek from the Labour Party appears to be relevant to the decision to remove your client from the shortlist.
Alan Dean's letter is never presented to Rothery's lawyer or to the court. Nor is a letter sent by Nick Small repeating the allegation that Rothery had prodded him at a dinner in 2011.
My word. A lot of time and effort has gone into this on their behalf.
The Labour Party has an obligation to observe due process and fair dealing. So the judge wasn't given the full picture. Now, there is a problem here. If that's the way the Labour Party is conducting itself in opposition, under, let's remember, Keir Starmer, the former Director of Public Prosecutions, is Sir Keir Starmer now going to behave like that in power?
The injunction is refused, and Rothery ordered to pay $90,000 in costs to the party.
I think I was literally hung out to dry by a party that I've been loyal to for many years.
At Labour headquarters, the General Secretary congratulates the party's senior lawyer, Alex Burrows-Curtis.
Thoroughly well done. Your contract has been agreed. We will not be including a win bonus.
The activist Luke Stanger is seeking to overturn his suspension from the party. He is represented by an expensive City of London law firm. Mishcon de Rea are hired to challenge Stanger's suspension. The Labour files reveal the support that Stanger enjoys amongst senior politicians from the right of the party. He receives character references from 14 MPs, 30 councillors, and dozens of party activists. Gareth Thomas, the Labour MP for Harrow West.
I was very sad to hear of Luke Stanger's recent suspension from the Labour Party. I hope his case can be concluded soon and he can continue to be a good friend to Harrow Labour in future years to come.
I think that people are actually quite dangerous who are in with the Labour Party. The way that they're behaving, it's quite astonishing, really.
The Labour Party now welcomes apartheid-supporting racists and abusers of women. And how that could possibly have happened is beyond me.
Stanger is on the campaign team for Peter Kyle, the Labour MP for Hove. Stanger describes himself as his representative. Kyle sends Stanger an email.
I have always found you an amazing, active campaigner on behalf of the Labour Party.
Well, I'm not the same person. That is certainly true. In terms of security, I'm always thinking about locks on doors, windows. Where is my family? I'm always worried about them. And so on me and my family, all of my family, we are frightened as a result of what's happened to us.
Steve Reed, Labour MP for Croydon North and now Opposition Minister for Justice, praises Stanger.
I have met Luke many times while out campaigning for the Labour Party. It would be wrong to exclude him from continuing to play a role in the party he loves so much.
The Labour Party doesn't care. I've reported all of this to the Labour Party. At the end of the day, that evil took place and, you know, it's still a scar. It's still a scar on me. It's a scar on my sister, my whole family. And it's still there. No one has dealt with it. No one has dealt with this.
The highest disciplinary body in the party votes to expel Stanger, but his expulsion is never carried out. The former head of the Governance and Legal Unit, John Stolliday, voices his support.
Luke is a gentle giant who gives his all to his progressive political beliefs and his deep commitment to equality and, above all, getting Labour elected.
My dad read those terrible comments, and he was upset about that. And he died not long after that. So that evil that was put into our lives caused my pa to die. I'm sure that was a central part of what happened. And the lack of safety for me and my family, the awful words that were used about my mother, I think I'm still in a state of shock. I don't think I'll ever get over it.
It's a completely despicable place to find ourselves after people have made so many sacrifices over so many decades fighting for a party that represents the working classes, to end up at this point where we're being betrayed by our own party. It's a big no-no in my eyes.
The Labour Party is a criminal conspiracy against its members. It acts unlawfully. It libels its members. It gives no natural justice to those accused of offences, and it tears up the rule book, the Constitution, on a whim.
So I'd had a series of threatening phone calls without a caller's number withheld. And they were threatening to come to my house. And then I happened to miss a call and noticed there was a message. When I played it, I realised the person had made a mistake because he'd left his number effectively, because he'd left a message. And this was the call.
You Nazi, you Nazi scum. You should burn in the gas oven, you dirty Nazi cow you are, stinking swine. I hope you die in a gas oven. You deserved everything you did in hell, to burn in acid.
I was very, very shaky. I mean, such kind of absolutely uncontrollable rage and fury. I mean, the idea that Jews should be talking to other Jews in this vile way. I mean, it was like many other things I've had, but obviously so much worse, so much more overt and crazed, really.
In episode 2, the true story behind the Labour Party's anti-Semitism crisis.
I feel so ashamed right now that it's come to this.
I'm Jewish! And people like you speaking for me!
We reveal how truth was subverted.
Oh, Jeremy's a racist!
And reality turned on its head.
That's an absolute lie. I didn't say that.
The media was not interested in the reality of the story.
Shut your mouth!
Mr. Corbett, who are you? I'm from Sky News.
From
Sky News.
Well, goodbye.
Mr. Corbett, what are you going to do about the perceived anti-Semitism in your party? Mr. Corbyn, have you got any comment?
Jeremy Corbyn devoted his political career to fighting racism. And suddenly he becomes Labour leader, and the media combines to tell the world that this man is not an anti-racist, he is actually a racist.
Mr. Corbyn, what's your response?
It disabled him as a politician and as a potential prime minister. Instead of being able to set out his social democratic vision of social justice, he was obliged to fend off one allegation after another that he was actually a noxious racist, or at any rate, enabled noxious racists.
We stand absolutely against anti-Semitism in any form.
We will not tolerate anti-Semitism in any form whatsoever in the party.
Let me be absolutely clear. Anti-Semitism is an evil.
We in the Labour movement will never be complacent about anti-Semitism. We all need to do better.
And under a Labour government, it will not be tolerated in any form whatsoever.
I regard the fight against anti-Semitism as an absolute priority. People who hold anti-Semitic views have no place in the Labour Party.
This party, this movement, will always be implacable campaigners against anti-Semitism and racism in all its forms. We are your ally.
This morning, the Equality and Human Rights Commission published their final report into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. I found this report hard to read, and it is a day of shame for the Labour Party.
Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party was condemned for anti-Semitism. The Labour files reveal they were the victims of distortions and misrepresentation. The files contain the entire contents of the party's disciplinary folders since before Jeremy Corbyn became leader in 2015.
We have really detailed data and information that one doesn't normally see about a political party.
The I-Unit investigation draws too on voices that have been sidelined. Jews who supported Corbyn, but don't support Israel. And British Palestinians.
It was painful. As Palestinians, it's very hard for you to enter the debates, and that's how it was designed to be.
In 2016, Labour Party member Helen Marks is interviewed by party officials as part of an investigation into her local constituency Labour Party.
We'd been accused of anti-Semitism by a member of the CLP, who was also a councillor. I felt it was a totally outrageous accusation. What he was doing was equating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. My father lost all his family during the Holocaust. His parents were rounded up and killed either in the Warsaw Ghetto or taken off to a concentration camp.
Rika Bird attends the interview as a witness, what's called a silent friend. Both women are Jewish. 3 years later, Panorama, the BBC's longest-running current affairs programme, broadcast a damning film.
Do you think Mr. Corbyn is anti-Semitic?
I've been asked that a number of times, and you can tell from my pause that it's still a question I struggle with.
Labour's internal communications reveal the anger of party officials at what they regard as a betrayal of the BBC's duty of impartiality.
The BBC has used its market monopoly and might as a public broadcaster to run a biased political agenda. It's not a programme about anti-Semitism. It's a hit piece.
A description of Marks and Bird's disciplinary interview features in the documentary. The interview is conducted by Ben Westerman, a party official who is Jewish.
Ben Westerman received dozens of complaints. While interviewing one member, he was confronted with the very anti-Semitism he'd been investigating.
And we finished the interview. The person got up to leave the room and then turned back to me and said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "What do you mean, where am I from?" And she said, "I asked you, where are you from?" And I said, "I'm not prepared to discuss this." And they said, "Are you from Israel?" What can you say to that? You are assumed to be in cahoots with the Israeli government. It's this obsession with that just spills over all the time into anti-Semitism.
Rika Bird speaks to Westerman at the end of the interview.
When he says, where are you from? Are you from Israel? That's an absolute lie. I didn't say that.
With Westerman's permission, the two women record the interview.
The full recording shows what actually did happen. Curious, because I haven't been in the Labour Party very long, and I've certainly never been to anything like this informal interview before. So I'm just curious about, like, what branch are you in?
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay.
I hope that's okay. I'm sorry, I don't think where I'm from is at all relevant to the investigation.
I did ask Westerman, what branch are you from? Meaning what branch of the Labour Party, because it was a Labour Party internal investigation. The word Israel never came into the exchange between me and Westerman. At the time, I could hardly believe it, but I actually feel very angry about it now, because I feel it's so trivialising what is a really important issue.
A veteran anti-racist campaigner analyses Labour's confidential disciplinary files.
My mother was a Holocaust survivor who lost dozens of her own family, primarily in Auschwitz and Theresienstadt. I am a former ANC Member of Parliament from South Africa, where I served under Nelson Mandela, and I have written and lectured, including at Auschwitz, on genocide prevention.
Hundreds of party activists are suspended and expelled on the basis of evidence in these files. It consists largely of social media posts.
There are examples of genuine, clear anti-Semitism. You know, here is an example that says, the enemy is not Muslims or Christians or Judaism. The real enemy is Rothschild Zionism. The Rothschild family holds about 80% of the world's total wealth. Rothschild dynasty. This is a fairly standard anti-Semitic trope. An image from social media with the word obey in large letters, and how Jews control the American media. Here is another one. Who killed JFK? Who killed Lincoln? Who attacked the USS Liberty? Who is attacking our liberty? I'll tell you who, Jews. We can see real anti-Semitism. But then there is also a lot of information in these disciplinary files where there is clearly no anti-Semitism whatsoever. There's one post that reads, "In memory of 4 little footballers, rest in peace." And I'm sure many people will recall these 4 young kids, 9 to 11 years old, playing football on the beach, who were shot dead by Israeli forces. Another example, we demand that International Criminal Court and the UN charge Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel for war crimes against humanity. Very similar. Put Israel on trial for war crimes. To suggest that this is somehow anti-Semitic is simply trying to avoid Israel being called out for its appalling abuses in the occupied territories.
Files reveal a number of party members are investigated for sharing links to a 2017 I-Unit investigation. The lobby establishes ties between the Israeli embassy in London and organisations within the Labour Party. An officer for the parliamentary group Labour Friends of Israel is covertly filmed.
We work pretty closely together. But like, a lot of it's behind the scenes. Keeping it as a separate thing is actually better for everyone because ultimately we've got the same end goal of getting more people to be pro-Israel and to understand the conflict. So it's just how you do it.
This was film. This is evidence. Now this is sufficient reason to be investigated because you refer to this film by Al Jazeera that has been seen all over the world, that was actually critically acclaimed in many places. This is an attempt to close down any sort of meaningful political discussion or political debate on these matters.
As well as Labour Friends of Israel, the lobby also exposes links between the Israeli embassy and the grassroots Jewish labour movement. Both organisations are critics of Corbyn. Many of those investigated by the Labour Party believe that Israel is an apartheid state. Israel was created in 1948 by forming a Jewish homeland within historic Palestine, the culmination of the Zionist dream. In 1967, Israel invaded and occupied the remaining Palestinian land. Israel has since isolated Gaza while building illegal settlements in the West Bank, slowly diminishing the size of a potential Palestinian state. Palestinians effectively live under Israeli military control and do not have equal rights.
It's not anti-Semitic to call Israel an apartheid state. It's simply a fact. We have the Amnesty International report, the Human Rights Watch report. We have Israel's own one, its major human rights organizations, B'Tselem, have also come to this conclusion.
Israel launches an assault on the Gaza Strip following the murder of 3 Israeli teenagers.
What we saw was Israel bombard the Gaza Strip, bombard one of the most densely populated areas on earth. And in the space of 50 days, they killed over 2,200 Palestinians, including 500 children. And I remember, with my brothers, and, they try and act quite tough, but, they would call me crying on the phone.
It was the most horrific assault on Gaza. The place was devastated. It was a bomb to smithereens. It was a deeply shocking event in a history of repeated shocking events.
Jeremy Corbyn is elected leader of the Labour Party on a radical ticket that challenges Britain's establishment.
When Jeremy Corbyn became leader, we were so overjoyed.
The continuing occupation, the expansion of illegal settlements, and the imprisonment of Palestinian children are an outrage.
At last, we have a Western politician who actually sympathizes with the Palestinians.
And in order to help make that two-state settlement a reality, we will recognize a Palestinian state as soon as we take office.
Anger over events in Gaza means that many of Corbyn's supporters end up in Labour's disciplinary files.
Rot in hell, you Zionist bastards, and those who support them. I boycott Israel because it is a criminal, land-thieving, abusive, murderous, occupying, human rights denying apartheid state. You can't cover your crimes with claims of anti-Semitism. And I personally, when I came across this, must admit that I find it difficult because it is a brutal image. But a liberation struggle by its very nature, by its definition, is going to involve huge frustrations, huge anger, extraordinary suffering. You know, I saw the same thing in South Africa. In 1976, when hundreds of innocent, unarmed school children were shot dead by the apartheid military, of course there was outrage, anger, and high emotions around the world, and so there should have been. This is no different.
It's somehow implicitly understood that there are things you can't say. So one of them is you can't talk about your experiences in harrowing terms. You have to keep it sort of cool. And you can't talk about Israel in the way that it should be talked about.
When I started hearing and getting more active about anti-Semitism, I was just confused because Palestinians never chose who their occupier was. They didn't choose who forced them out of their homes. They didn't choose which religion they were going to say they acted in the name of. There was no choice in that.
Time to apologise, Mr. Livingston.
Accusations of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party emerge after former London Mayor Ken Livingstone is attacked for claiming that Hitler had been a supporter of Zionism.
You're a lying racist.
Really? Why don't you go and
a
check
Nazi
history?
apologist. A Nazi apologist.
Check your history.
A Nazi apologist. You dare say that Hitler supported Zionism. You've lost it, mate. You need help.
Go back and look what he's saying.
You need help.
The party announces an inquiry into anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. The launch is overshadowed when a pro-Corbyn activist asks a question. Mark Wadsworth wrote a press release that had been criticised by a journalist from the right-leaning Daily Telegraph. He saw the journalist give it to a Labour MP.
I saw that the Telegraph handed a copy of a press release to Ruth Smith MP, so you can see who's working hand in hand. I'm pleased that... She stormed out. She put out a statement claiming that this activist had been guilty of a classic anti-Jewish trope that Jewish people controlled the media. It's stomach-churning. Didn't know she was Jewish. I had no reason to know she was Jewish. I sent through my solicitors, Ruth Smith, a letter saying that what she'd said about me could clearly be identified as libelous and that she should withdraw it. She took the statement down. I don't think anybody reported the fact that she took the statement down. It's appalling.
The very existence of my party, the Labour Party, is at stake. Every racist anti-Semite out of the Labour Party. It's time for Jeremy Corbyn to act.
Criticism of the Labour Party mounts. But not all British Jews oppose the Labour leader. The row over anti-Semitism exposes divisions within the Jewish community.
Lots of Jewish people were among the enthusiasts for Jeremy Corbyn. But when the attacks started to really ratchet up against Jeremy and his supporters, who were being absolutely demonised and vilified in the media, we talked to others in the party and decided that there was a need for a group which expressed an alternative Jewish view.
Pro-Corbyn Jews formed Jewish Voice for Labour. JVL is critical of Israel and Zionism. Unlike its larger rivals, the Jewish Labour Movement and Labour Friends of Israel, both of which are supportive of Israel.
For the first time ever, the Labour Party has walked into the disagreement between Jews over Zionists and said one sort of Jews are not only wrong, but they're guilty of anti-Semitism. It's a phenomenon.
My understanding of anti-Semitism has always been that it is a prejudice or hatred of Jews as Jews, simply because they are Jews or believed to be Jews. Unfortunately, there has developed what is called the new anti-Semitism, that to criticize Israel is inherently anti-Semitic.
What's being claimed by people, by many Jews, is that Israel is part of their identity. But more than that, it's part of their Jewish identity. It is essentially turning criticism of Israel and Zionism into anti-Semitism.
The idea that Jew equals Zionist and that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism is dangerous, it's reprehensible, it's an abomination to me.
Jewish Voice for Labour is supported by Palestinians in the party, who believe they are the victims of racism.
Anybody who knows anything about the history knows very well that Israel was created on the basis of a state whose population would be of one community and not others. This is exemplified in my own story. I mean, why should I and my family have left our homes? We felt we had to leave because there had been a dreadful massacre in a village called Deir Yassin, Palestinian village, in which Jewish militias assaulted the village and shot dead over 100 people. After that terrible massacre, a big jeep went round the streets of Jerusalem with the militias, with these Jewish militias in it, leaders, shouting out, "Your turn is next." And I have never been allowed to return. No member of my family has returned. No Palestinian I know has been allowed to return for the same racist reason. They're of the wrong race. So you keep them out. Well, if that isn't racism, I don't know what is.
Two of Corbyn's opponents confront pro-Palestinian protesters. Most anti-Semitism campaigners belong to the political mainstream, but some are more militant.
So what we have here are militant Zionists, the people who campaign for the State of Israel.
Paul Scott is a pro-Palestinian activist.
You get to know all the faces. It's actually only a very small core of people. They are always there. In many cases, the people they perceive to be anti-Semites are merely people who criticize the State of Israel.
Jonathan Hoffman is a former vice chair of the Zionist Federation. He will play an important role in the campaign against Corbyn. With him is Damon Lenzner, another pro-Israel activist. Following this incident, both men are convicted of aggressive bullying behavior.
The aim is to provoke, to heckle, and in Jonathan Hoffman's case, it's usually to disrupt.
ISN, PSC, want to kill Jews like me.
The I Unit has discovered links between Hoffman and a far-right organisation. Members of the Racist English Defence League, or EDL, attended a demonstration that Hoffman helped organise. He is photographed alongside Roberta Moore, the founder of the EDL's Jewish division. She will later express her admiration for Anders Breivik, the neo-Nazi who murdered 77 people in Norway.
From around June 2010, the English Defence League started coming to the demonstrations supporting the pro-Israel counter-demonstrators. So they were dressed in camouflage gear, they often had balaclavas, dogs with them, St. George's flags, you know, the whole thing.
Hoffman is not the only pro-Israel activist who had links to the far right. He worked closely with blogger Richard Millett. Millett's blog regularly provided a platform for Roberta Moore and other EDL supporters.
There are lots of examples of outright racism in Roberta Moore's comments on Richard Millett's blog. For example, she refers to burqa-clad dragons and filthy bearded vermin. Arabs have been eating camel for years. The cult of Islam has the power to turn normal human beings into beasts.
Hoffman and Millett distanced themselves from the EDL in 2011. Others in their circle of pro-Israel activists do not.
There's food on the table, it's very casual, and we're all going to participate. So we'll start here on my left.
Sharon Claff is co-founder of Campaign for Truth, an organisation that claims to promote greater understanding of Israel. Claff regularly expresses support for the English Defence League. She wrote on Millett's blog,
"They are salt-of-the-earth people fighting for a democratically free England. We all share the greater enemy that is Islam."
She's hosting a gathering for people concerned about a Muslim Labour politician, Sadiq Khan, who is soon to become the Mayor of London.
And some of us were a little bit horrified about some of his alleged connections.
Richard Millett is there. Another guest is Dan Fox, a former director of Labour Friends of Israel, which includes a third of Labour MPs.
So my name's Dan. I'm an old friend of Sharon's and a long-standing Labour Party member and activist. I think Sharon has got me here tonight. I'm very happy to have been invited, and I will hopefully be putting the case counterintuitively for why Sadiq is actually the right choice for the Jews of London.
I'm gobsmacked. This is somebody who is on easy terms, refers to Sharon Claff as an old friend. He's there to persuade them that Sadiq Khan is the good Muslim, that he can be trusted. Dan Fox shouldn't be involved in that kind of gathering.
I didn't come from South Africa to be governed by Sharia law. If I want to be governed by Sharia law, I will go and live in Saudi Arabia.
Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's racist or not, I would be very, very worried with a Muslim in charge. We know not all Muslims are terrorists, of course they're not. But most of the terrorists are Muslim. I don't know who is and who isn't. I'd rather err on the side of safety. I don't trust any of them.
Dan Fox is the partner of prominent Labour MP Stella Creasy. Creasy is among demonstrators who gather outside the Houses of Parliament.
I feel almost like I'm going to cry. I feel so ashamed right now that it's come to this.
The majority of Corbyn's critics do not embrace far-right politics. But they blame Corbyn for allowing anti-Semitism to flourish.
Say now in unison, so that he can hear you over there. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
But Corbyn has a problem, one that is ignored in the media coverage. As leader of the opposition, Corbyn has his own office, often known as Lotto. It's the party's General Secretary, Ian McNicol, who is in charge of party headquarters. And it's the disputes unit at party headquarters that handles anti-Semitism complaints. Corbyn inherited the party bureaucracy from previous, less radical party leaders.
For the first 2.5 years of his leadership, Jeremy Corbyn was obliged to work with a general secretary who was hostile to him and ran a party machinery which was hostile to him.
I've never worked in an environment that was so
sort of toxic and toxic and unfriendly. I remember, for example, the first time I went and walked around HQ, and we were just walking around one of the floors, and it just goes deathly silent.
The Labour files contain a WhatsApp conversation between 3 senior officials: Claire Frances Fuller, the head of internal governance; Tracy Allen, manager of the General Secretary's office; and Mike Crichton, the director of audit, risk and property. The messages refer to Jeremy Corbyn.
I am just about to stab him. That might be a disciplinary. Worth it, though.
Nothing in the rules about stabbing. Poor form, though.
Ian's got some great knives, but an ice pick would have a certain irony.
This is a reference to the General Secretary, Ian McNicol, and to the murder of Leon Trotsky.
Would killing your leader with an ice pick or knife not come under bringing the party into disrepute?
Not in this case.
Reading this, there's about a dozen people in this WhatsApp group, the most senior officials in the Labour Party. They obviously have total confidence in one another that this conversation is not going to be leaked. They're not taking orders from Mr. Corbyn, quite the opposite. They obviously hold the party leadership in contempt.
After a year as leader, Corbyn is forced to stand for a second time following an attempted coup. While the party establishment challenges Corbyn, he inspires hundreds of thousands of new members to join. Staff at party headquarters launch what is known as the validation process. They scour the social media of new members. It's claimed the goal is to weed out those who hold offensive views. The Labour files reveal the methodology used by party staff. They draw up a list of Labour MPs and search for abuse directed at them, and only at those MPs.
If you look at the name of the MPs, and I got a list of 57, and the very odd thing is, as far as I can see, there's scarcely a single supporter of Jeremy Corbyn on this list. It kind of loads it in a very significant way, but it's only going to pick up those hostile to the right wing of the party, i.e. Corbynite supporters.
Can you hear me okay? We've had a bit of a overflow.
More than 11,000 members are identified as needing to be investigated. It creates a backlog in the disciplinary unit and diverts staff from tackling anti-Semitism.
Factionalism within the Labour Party was so endemic and so pronounced that it actually was disrupting the Labour Party's ability to deal with, for example, anti-Semitism cases.
The validation process is run by Sam Matthews, who soon becomes head of the disputes team handling anti-Semitism.
Denial is not an option. Prevarication is not an option. Being a bystander who turns their head the other way is not an option. The time for action is now.
By the spring of 2018, Corbyn is as frustrated as his critics. The Labour files show that in February that year, Corbyn writes to the party's General Secretary, Ian McNicol, angry that the disputes team under Sam Matthews is so ineffective in tackling anti-Semitism.
It is clear that the current processes are far too slow to meet the volume of disciplinary cases the party has to deal with.
In a draft response, McNicol claims the scale of anti-Semitism in the party is exaggerated.
Over half of the complaints made relate to non-members and therefore are not a matter for the complaints team.
He urges Corbyn to
remind colleagues in the shadow cabinet and the Parliamentary Labour Party that misguided comments attacking the unit undermine the work they do and serve only those in the right-wing press.
In April 2018, Corbyn puts close ally Jenny Formby in charge of the party bureaucracy. Formby replaces McNichol as General Secretary at party headquarters, finally giving the leadership authority over the disputes department. Staff brought in by Formby to work on disputes are appalled at what they find.
There was no record keeping, so a number of members had been suspended or investigated. However, we couldn't find the evidence for what caused the suspension or the investigation. So it was clear to me that cases just hadn't been worked on. So for me to start in 2019 and have first eyes on cases from 2016 was quite absurd.
Once Corbyn is in control of the party bureaucracy, the disciplinary process improves.
This graph shows the number of suspensions, investigations and expulsions from the Labour Party on grounds of anti-Semitism all through the Corbyn era. And this is the moment when Jenny Formby becomes General Secretary of the Labour Party, enabling Jeremy Corbyn to take control of the bureaucracy of how Labour works. After they took control, the number of investigations, suspensions and expulsions went up exponentially. This graph on its own does a great deal to raise deep questions about the dominant media narrative on the Corbyn era.
Analysis of the party's internal disciplinary statistics tells the same story. During the 2.5 years that McNichol is Corbyn's General Secretary, 44 anti-Semitism cases are brought before the party's ruling National Executive Committee. In the 2 years Jenny Formby is in charge, 379 anti-Semitism cases go before the NEC. The NEC decides whether to suspend or expel members.
The key finding, backed up by the evidence, which we can see represented graphically here, is that the key failings of the Labour Party on anti-Semitism took place in the period before April 2018, before Jeremy Corbyn had control of the party bureaucracy.
Yet Jeremy Corbyn has taken all the blame, and his factional opponents within the party, none at all. BBC Panorama's damning film on Labour's handling of anti-Semitism is the culmination of 3 years' hostile media coverage.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! You're failure!
I am heartbroken and disgusted that the party that I joined over a decade ago is now institutionally racist.
The Panorama features interviewees drawn almost entirely from the period when Ian McNichol was General Secretary and Sam Matthews ran the Disputes Unit. Panorama's interviewees claim that attempts to tackle anti-Semitism were undermined by the Corbyn leadership.
Mr. Corbyn and his office have repeatedly said that when party members are accused of anti-Semitism, they don't interfere in the disciplinary process. Indeed, the Labour Party said any such suggestion is categorically untrue.
But that doesn't seem to be the case. In an email, Mr. Corbyn's Director of Communications, Seamus Milne, asked for a review of the disciplinary process into anti-Semitic complaints. There was a risk, he said, of muddling up political disputes with racism.
How did you interpret that email from Mr. Milne?
The same way that all staff in Labour's head office did, which is that this was the leader's office requesting to be involved directly in the disciplinary process.
Our investigation finds that Communications Director Seamus Milne is specifically asked for his
view
by Emily Oldknow, an executive director who oversees the disputes team. Milne is also referring to a very specific case. James Schneider worked alongside Milne and has the full email that Matthews referred to in the Panorama programme.
It reads, "This member is a Jewish activist, the son of a Holocaust survivor. If we're more than very occasionally using disciplinary action against Jewish members for anti-Semitism, something's going wrong, and we're muddling up political disputes with racism. Quite apart from this specific case, I think going forward, we need to review where and how we're drawing the line if we're going to have clear and defensible processes. So, how this is used is just the red bit. So, these 10 words, the great irony is that this is totally correct and is borne out as being totally correct, because the Labour Party has actually, again and again, disciplined Jewish people disproportionately for anti-Semitism because it has been muddling up political disputes with racism, political disputes within the Jewish community.
The BBC programme only reflects one side of the divide within the Jewish community. It does not speak to supporters of the pro-Corbyn Jewish Voice for Labour group. Instead, it draws on the experiences of young Jewish party members whose affiliation is not identified.
There was a selection of very eloquent interviews, but what the Panorama programme did not withheld from the viewer was the fact that most of these idealistic young people were officials in the anti-Corbyn Jewish Labour movement. It doesn't mean, by the way, that what they were saying was untrue. It simply means that if you're going to assess what they're saying, it's relevant, essential even, that Panorama viewers should be told that, and they weren't.
The interviewees include Ella Rose, who's worked for the Israeli embassy in London and led the Jewish Labour movement. Izzy Lenga was JLM's international officer. She tells a remarkable story.
I'm Izzy Lenga. I joined the Labour Party in 2015. The anti-Semitic abuse I received was what I was subjected to every single day. Telling me Hitler was right, telling me Hitler did not go far enough.
And she came up with this utterly shocking statement, which really emphasised the scale of what one could only describe as the immorality and the depravity of Corbyn's Labour Party. But is it really true? I mean, we can check this out.
In 2015, when Lenga was at university, neo-Nazi posters appear on campus saying, "Hitler was right." Lenga is involved in getting them removed and receives online anti-Semitic abuse.
If you read this article in the Daily Mail, and it's also in subsequent reporting, there's no suggestion in it that the Labour Party is involved at all, or the left. It's a strong suggestion in it, actually. It comes from the sort of fascist right.
It's just so far outside the bounds of possibility. I mean, have you ever been in any room where if someone says Hitler was right, every day, they're saying it every day, and everyone just doesn't say anything, doesn't respond, doesn't say, what? I mean, can you imagine?
It does make you wonder if in the summer of 2019, we'd reached a stage where you could say almost anything you liked about Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. The BBC produced a documentary bearing directly on the character and the fitness for office of the leader of the Labour Party, the leader of Her Majesty's opposition, in a moment of intense constitutional crisis. Now, that's a momentous intervention in British politics. So I do think the BBC have to look really carefully at their record here.
The BBC's reporting prompts critical and alarmist coverage in the British press. It helps establish a consensus that Corbyn has failed to tackle anti-Semitism.
The more alarmist wing of reporting on this issue, it hurts Jewish people because, the idea that Jewish people were afraid of a Corbyn government is true. But why? It's the fact that we're told it's an existential threat. by our own papers. We're presented with this image of hordes of virulent anti-Semites. Now, that frightens people, and you can understand why that frightens people, because that is a terrifying image. It's a terrifying vision. It just has nothing to do with the truth whatsoever. And at least some of the people that were propagating it knew it had nothing to do with the truth.
In the spring of 2019, Britain's Equalities and Human Rights Commission, or EHRC, announces it is investigating the Labour Party for anti-Semitism. It's in response to a formal complaint from the Jewish Labour movement and other organisations. Like Panorama, the equalities body focuses on the leadership. The Labour files contain a letter from the EHRC to the Labour Party. It lists 14 individuals it wants to investigate. The names include Corbyn and 13 close colleagues and allies.
What is gobsmacking is that not one of the people involved in the disciplinary process prior to the arrival of Jenny Formby as General Secretary is being investigated. This is absolutely baffling.
We have failed Jewish people, our members, our supporters, and the British public.
When the EHRC report is published a year later, it makes no reference at all to McNichol, Matthews, or any other staff members who'd handled anti-Semitism complaints before April 2018. Instead, it condemns the Corbyn leadership for
23 instances of political interference.
In the complaints process, this, it says, was
discriminatory and unlawful.
The EHRC report accused the leadership of the Labour Party of interfering in the disciplinary process. The ironic thing is, if you actually read the EHRC report closely, and you have to read it closely because this is not made explicit at all, many of the interventions that were made by Jeremy Corbyn's office were actually to try to speed up processes or to ask why nothing was being done. And actually, the EHRC's legal logic, if you follow it through, becomes quite bizarre.
Time to apologise. Mr. Livingston, why are you bringing time to apologise?
One of the accusations is that by attempting to speed up Ken Livingstone's case, the leader's office was thereby, in the words of the EHRC report, indirectly discriminating against Jewish Labour Party members because the case was being treated differently. So I think people would be surprised to find out that the way that the case was being treated differently was not that Jeremy Corbyn was trying to protect his friend from accusations of anti-Semitism. Actually, supposedly the discrimination against Jewish members was that, in this case, the leader's office was intervening to speed up a process.
On the one hand, Corbyn is lacerated for tolerating a culture of anti-Semitism. On the other hand, he's lacerated for interfering to try and deal with the problem. He's damned either way.
Reinstate Mark Wadsworth! Reinstate!
Soon after Formby, Corbyn's ally, takes over as General Secretary, the disciplinary case against Mark Wadsworth is finally heard by the party. Wadsworth had been accused of anti-Semitism by a Jewish Labour MP.
I've been waiting for 2 years for this. It's been torture. It's been agony. I've been hung out to dry. I was put before a 3-day hearing. Didn't stand a chance. I mean, they'd already decided that I was guilty, whatever evidence I put before them. The outcome was that I was expelled, bringing the party into disrepute. They didn't say that I'd been anti-Semitic because they realised that that simply didn't stand up.
Mr. Corbyn, have you had any doubts?
Jeremy Corbyn didn't look after me. He threw me under a bus. They were desperate to get into number 10, to get into number 11.
There were many instances where I did feel quite uncomfortable in terms of how far they were pursuing individuals for anti-Semitism. We were instructed to scour through Facebook pages and social media pages of individuals who we were looking for anti-Semitic material for. The word Palestine was included as a search term, which was the thing that alarmed me the most. We would act almost immediately to any inquiries that would come in from the Jewish Chronicle or Jewish News. Even if it was, at close of play, we would often get instructed by the directors to just stay behind so we can take action on those individuals.
The Labour files reveal that anti-Semitism campaigners are scouring social media accounts for evidence to send to Labour headquarters.
One has to understand that this was a social media crisis, that it involved people trawling through extraordinary numbers of social media accounts to find examples that could be interpreted as anti-Semitism. So what we have here is the anti-Semitism cases logs, which logs every single complaint of anti-Semitism made during the Corbyn years and after the Corbyn years. 23% of all complaints in the Corbyn era involved one single individual complainant. 23%. 12% came from the organisation Labour Against Anti-Semitism.
Labour Against Anti-Semitism is a collective of party activists. It regularly makes accusations against Jewish party members. But its spokesman, Ewan Phillips, is not Jewish. The Labour files show that Phillips writes to the party's disputes unit using a pseudonym that appears Jewish.
David Gordstein.
On one occasion, he uses his real name.
Thank you, Ewan.
He hastily corrects himself.
I meant, thank you, David.
Labour Against Anti-Semitism does have a Jewish advisor.
Whether Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite or not, he just has too many anti-Semitic associations, too many terrorist associations to be able to be trusted in Downing Street.
Jonathan Hoffman at one time demonstrated alongside the English Defence League. Now, he's on mainstream TV news.
From Jewish Voice for Labour, and Jonathan Hoffman, who is a consultant to the Labour Against Anti-Semitism group. Thank you both for joining us.
It's absolutely not satisfactory, and the issues between the Jewish community and between Labour and anti-Semitism, which I represent, and the Labour Party will go on after today.
The blog run by Richard Millett becomes the source for a number of stories about Corbyn's alleged anti-Semitism. They include a 2013 incident when Corbyn accused a group of Zionists of lacking a sense of English irony. The Zionists present at the meeting he was describing were Millett, Hoffman, and Sharon Claff.
I am just dumbstruck. These people consorted with known right-wing extremists, with known racists, with Islamophobes. When they have a story about what they perceive to be anti-Semitism, they're taken seriously and at face value by the mainstream media, who don't seem to conduct any kind of research into their background or their associates. I'm just amazed at the hypocrisy.
At Labour headquarters, the pressure over anti-Semitism takes a toll.
There was an individual who I had expelled out of the Labour Party for anti-Semitism, and she was an elderly lady. And she passed away soon after her expulsion, and people were blaming the party's expulsion leading to her death, as she had a stroke which led to her death. We had a team meeting, and in the meeting, a senior officer had laughed and said, "Look, we're anti-Semite killers now." And the whole room broke out in laughter. At that stage, I just broke down because, I just didn't know how to deal with something so horrendous. I blamed myself. Is something that deeply, deeply impacted me, I think.
You Nazi scum. You should burn in the gas oven, you dirty
Police discovered this answer phone threat has been left by a Jewish man. Jewish supporters of Jeremy Corbyn find themselves in an increasingly hostile environment.
I have had phone calls. I had some phone calls from somebody who said he was outside my door and he knew, he knew my home and he knew where I lived and he was going to put me in a wheelchair and that sort of thing, yeah.
I met what to me was utterly cruel nastiness from the local Labour Party. And what was so cruel was that I'd been a member of the Labour Party since I was a young socialist at 15 or something. And I used to love the Labour Party. I had friends here. People turned against me, people I knew. People who my children babysat for their children. They say, don't cross over and talk to Jenny Manson. It's Jenny Manson, that kind of thing. It's been horrible.
Your opinion has been all over the media. This is my turn to have our opinion.
I'm standing here and I'm entitled to express my view.
Let her have an interview.
Use force.
I'm not using force.
No.
I'm trying to stop you disrupting an interview so
No.
that everyone can have their voice heard.
Disrupting the interview.
This is what happens when you try to raise a different view.
I'm ashamed of you and all those that... Shame on you! 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 Oh, Jeremy's a racist! Oh, Jeremy's a racist!
While pro-Corbyn Jews find themselves shouted down, Palestinian voices are silenced almost entirely. The crisis in the Labour Party in 2018 coincides with the Great March of Return in the Gaza Strip.
A group of unarmed people marched to the barrier that Israel had erected between Gaza and the rest of the country and demanding that they should return to their homes and lands. The Israelis responded with fire.
In 8 months, over 150 Palestinians are killed.
It was inspiring in one way to see the strength and resilience of the Palestinian people. But at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. They shot a journalist, Jazeera, a member with a press vest on. They shot a nurse with her hands up. I mean, these were war crimes being committed. But then at the same time, everything in the Labour Party was a different world. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't put at the forefront. And the headlines were on anti-Semitism. And so I feel like a lot of people, when it came to Palestine, felt like they had to walk on eggshells in order to get the terminology exactly right. People become more and more fearful of speaking up for the Palestinian people because it's easier not to.
Enthusiastic campaigners increasingly focus their efforts on compelling the Labour Party to adopt a new definition of anti-Semitism.
I'd be very clear that only the full adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism is good enough. No ifs, no buts, no caveats.
The NEC has got to adopt the internationally agreed code, lock, stock and barrel.
Palestinians opposed the new definition.
The IHRA definition was eagerly taken up by Western governments and Western institutions, and it was blatantly pro-Israeli and therefore anti-Palestinian.
The controversy around the definition concerns the examples that accompany it.
These are the 11 illustrative examples of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. 7 of them, these in red, refer to Israel. It conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The 7th one, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for instance, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, is particularly problematic because by acknowledging the right to self-determination of the Jewish people, you are, by definition, removing the right of self-determination from the Palestinian people.
Not only must we unanimously agree this definition of anti-Semitism, we must take the proper procedures in line to discipline those who undermine them.
The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is deeply flawed. So the overall impression given by the document is that anti-Semitism includes criticism of Israel or criticism of Zionism. It has embedded this confused definition of anti-Semitism into the public consciousness.
There was a lot of attempts to push back. Truthfully, I think at that time period, there was very minimum success in pushing the Palestinian narrative into the media around this issue. To me, what I remember is there basically being near to none.
95%. No ifs, no buts, IHRA. No ifs, no buts, IHRA. Get COVID out. Get COVID out. Get COVID out.
Labour's ruling National Executive Committee is gathering to discuss whether to adopt the IHRA definition. Outside are familiar pro-Israel activists. They include Sharon Claff, who sympathises with the racist English Defence League. She has asked whether anti-Semitism is being weaponised to attack Corbyn.
That in itself is an anti-Semitic trope, to say that a group of people would use something as serious as race hate to try and undermine a politician.
Inside, the NEC passes the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, including the examples that link anti-Semitism to criticism of Israel.
We adopted the IHRA because it was politically impossible to hold up why you wouldn't. Day after day on the media, there are Jewish voices who want the IHRA definition. The counter-pressure from Palestinian voices in the media and so on was absent.
I wasn't surprised that it passed. They created a climate where I think many people thought that the only way the attacks would stop is if this definition was passed. But I just wish that Jeremy Corbyn had stood up for what he truly believed in at that time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority.
The Labour Party suffers one of its worst electoral defeats. Jeremy Corbyn is replaced as Labour leader by Sir Keir Starmer.
It is the honour and the privilege of my life to be elected as leader of the Labour Party.
The new leader has a very different view of the relationship between Israel and the Palestinians.
Amnesty International recently released a report where they accused Israel of being an apartheid state.
Yeah.
That was embraced and supported by many members of your party, particularly on the left. Do you agree with them?
No. I've been very clear about that, and that is not the Labour Party position.
Staff in the party's disputes department feel a change.
I believe the criteria for anti-Semitism changed quite dramatically within Keir's leadership. It was quite clear that anti-Semitism was going to be used as a tool under the new leadership to essentially strike out as many left-wing members as possible.
Many Jews are among those targeted by the new leadership.
at least 56 Jewish people that we know of have at some point during this completely insane period in Labour Party history been either investigated, suspended, or actually expelled from the party for something to do with anti-Semitism.
Jewish members of the Labour Party, we've calculated, are 6.3 times more likely to be investigated by the Labour Party for allegations of anti-Semitism than non-Jews in the Labour Party. People who've written about the false allegations of anti-Semitism, people who've written about their experience of their increasing anger with Israel and Palestine. We call that anti-Semites. We're all old. Our parents were Holocaust victims, effectively. My mother escaped a pogrom. How dare they tell us they're anti-Semitic? And how dare they challenge us that we don't know what anti-Semitism is?
Starmer settles a court case with the journalist who presented the BBC Panorama programme and with former Labour Party staff who gave interviews. The Corbyn leadership had described them as
disaffected former officials
with
personal and political axes to grind.
We are pleased that our reputations have been restored, although it will take time to repair the damage caused by their unfounded attacks.
The former staff receiving damages include Ben Westerman, the investigator who told the inaccurate story about Rika Bird, and Sam Matthews, who gave the arguably misleading description of the email by Corbyn's communications director. The Labour files include a document that reveals the party settled against the advice of its own lawyers.
We have the legal advice given by the lawyers of the Labour Party. Now, I'm used to seeing legal advice in these circumstances. Normally it's hedged round with sort of caution coming from a lawyer. This is the most unambiguous legal advice I've ever seen.
The legal advice read,
in my opinion, the party is likely to successfully defend these claims. The defamatory meaning identified by the claimants can be shown to be fundamentally flawed.
The advice does not suggest that the party's allegations were true. However, it clearly states that a range of other strong legal defences were available and that most of the claims could be defeated on those grounds. The party's lawyers are also concerned that issues of principle arise in the case of the BBC journalist who is demanding more than $150,000. The legal advice read,
for a reporter who has fronted a highly critical, indeed condemnatory documentary about a political party to receive a six-figure sum in damages would, I think, have an exceptionally chilling and disproportionate effect on free speech.
Starmer ignores the lawyers and pays hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages.
So what was the reason that Mr. Starmer settled? I think he is defining himself against Mr. Corbyn. He wants to renounce Corbyn and all his works, and part of that renunciation is to accept that the case from the BBC whistleblowers was valid and give in to it.
The leaders of Jewish groups that support Israel hold a Zoom call with the Labour Party spokesman on communities and local government, Steve Reed. The plan is to discuss anti-Semitism. But the conversation quickly turns to BDS, the campaign to boycott Israeli goods and divest from the country in order to pressure Israel to end its occupation of Palestinian land. Israel is deeply concerned about BDS, and the British Conservative Party has agreed to introduce legislation making it illegal for public bodies to boycott Israel. The Labour files contain the minutes of the meeting. Amanda Bowman is Vice President of the influential Board of Deputies of British Jews. According to the minutes, she
introduced the topic of BDS legislation. She understands that while Labour might hesitate to support Tories on anti-BDS legislation, she advises that Labour would be unwise to do anything to oppose this.
Bowman went on.
The Board of Deputies are keen to counter suppositions from Labour MPs that because they're nominally committed to combating anti-Semitism, that it gives them carte blanche to say what they like about Israel.
Reed assured her he would
never accept attempts to exceptionalize and delegitimize Israel.
Reading that document and seeing it laid out quite clearly, this mix-up of anti-Semitism, opposing racism towards the Jewish community, and opposing BDS policy in one meeting is quite shocking to see. BDS for Palestinians is a way of pressuring Israel to comply with international law, to end the illegal occupation of Palestine, and to adhere and give Palestinians equal rights. It shows that basically it is not enough to combat anti-Semitism. You have to counter any attempts to show solidarity and effective solidarity with the Palestinian people.
After 6 years of rigorous investigations, the Labour Party found sufficient evidence to open anti-Semitism-related investigations into less than half of 1% of its membership. That figure includes many of the interviewees in this film.
They have created an incredibly hostile environment for anybody, including any Jew, who is in any way critical of Israel. To be accused of racism, to be accused of anti-Semitism, is frankly terrifying. And most important of all, it has silenced Palestinians, the victims of Israeli apartheid, the victims of occupation, the victims of oppression, and it has silenced those who wish to support them.
I was invited to speak to the constituency about Palestine. And I was very glad to do it. Now, that constituency, Hackney North, is known to be a left-wing, generally pro-Palestinian constituency. So I felt really I was among friends. I remember saying something like, there are two Palestines now. There's Palestine over there, which is obviously the conflict with Israel, occupied territories, etc., and the Palestine over here, which is the one where we are being silenced, where this IHRA definition is being used. That's what I wanted to talk about. Well, I didn't get a chance. The chairperson of the meeting stopped me, just like that, stopped me dead and said, no, we can't go on with this. We can't go on with this. Thank you very much. And I was cut off, just like that. I can't describe the way I felt. It was like a slap in the face. It was like being elbowed out physically of a meeting, a door opening and being thrown out into the corridor. It felt just like that.
There are still those who think there's no problem with anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, that it's all exaggerated or a factional attack. Then frankly, you are part of the problem too. And you should be nowhere near the Labour Party either.
There's a point at which the people involved in this have stopped regarding people of African heritage as human. And I don't know how you find your way back from that.
In episode 3 of the Labour Files, the secret surveillance of party members.
Somebody actually working inside the Labour Party against ethnic minorities.
The members in Newham were essentially stalked.
A party that seems to tolerate discrimination.
The Labour Party has done nothing. It's as if they're colluding with this type of racism.
Particular religion, agreed, or what sexuality people have. We have to stand in unity.
The majority of Britain's black and minority ethnic population vote Labour, one of the 2 parties that govern the UK.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all from all the different communities that have come here tonight.
In Britain, black, Asian and minority ethnic people are known as BAME. Tens of thousands joined the Labour Party after the election of Jeremy Corbyn as leader in 2015.
Our party is going to, I hope, become more inclusive, more involved, more democratic.
Among the new members is Marcia Hutchinson.
I was really impressed with the policies that Jeremy Corbyn was putting forward, and I thought, this can make a difference and I can help make that difference.
Ours is the party of equality for all. The party that has pioneered every progressive initiative to root out racism from our society.
He was a lifelong anti-racist campaigner and a champion of Palestinian rights. He challenged established politicians in his own party and the bureaucracy that was meant to serve him.
Since Jeremy Corbyn was elected in 2015, the MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party wanted to get rid of him, most of them. And briefings to the press started even as Jeremy Corbyn was giving his acceptance speech for the leadership.
I knew there were disagreements in the party, so I didn't necessarily expect to be welcomed with open arms by all sides, but I hadn't anticipated the level of hostility that I found.
Hutchinson was awarded an NBE, or Royal Recognition of Achievement. She set up the Pipeline Project, an initiative to support black people entering politics in the northern city of Manchester.
Unless we challenge, nothing will happen.
She is elected as Labour councillor, but her experience troubles her.
I faced more racism in my 5 years in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
As well as hundreds of gigabytes of documents, the Labour files include audio and video. Amongst them is a recording of a Zoom meeting. A senior Labour figure speaks to a large group of BAME party employees.
I've been asked to speak about my experiences.
Years ago, she was injured in a racist attack.
I still look at the scar because it's still there, but I look at it most often in the workplace. People make it clear to me that I don't deserve, in their view, to be in their room. I brought my experience to the party, and I found I was held to different standards to white men. So I'd be asked my opinion, then immediately spoken over as I responded. There was even an hour-long meeting discussing me with my line manager about changes that I had implemented because he'd asked me to, for which I never had any recourse or right of reply. Someone even kicked a piece of furniture next to me because he didn't like what I was saying. People like me are stuck in this weird purgatory between visibility and invisibility. My skin colour gives me visibility, and yet my experience and skills are invisible. And all these things add up to an exclusive, not an inclusive culture.
It's sickening. It's sickening. We are simply there for set dressing, and if we have the temerity to speak up, we are attacked.
The senior Labour figure also wrote a formal complaint to the party.
I am now being invited to submit my CV for a role which essentially is taking minutes and providing administrative assistance. I would like to know whether the offer to go back several stages in my career is related to the numerous instances of toxic working culture I have previously raised.
It's utterly sickening that this is happening in a party that claims to be anti-racist, that claims that Black Lives Matter. We don't. We really do not matter.
The Labour Files is not the first leak to provide evidence of racism within the party.
I wasn't part of the secret WhatsApp group culture where messages about me were freely exchanged.
A leaked document from 2020 revealed a messaging group of more than 17 senior management figures, including General Secretary Ian McNicol. The leak reveals that senior party management have been exchanging derogatory and racist messages. The party's new leader, Sir Keir Starmer, promises BAME staff a full inquiry.
I can assure you that this investigation is not going to be a whitewash. I know what an independent investigation looks like, and I know what I'm looking for.
The Labour Files include unpublished messages from the same WhatsApp group. One refers to MP Diane Abbott, who later announced that she had type 2 diabetes.
Diane Abbott suddenly ill for today's vote, so wasn't able to make it. Ha ha ha.
Doctor's note, please.
She literally makes me sick.
I find this very shocking. That's an extraordinary thing to say about a Labour MP, and it's not as if I've ever had a conversation with her. She just seems to be expressing her own hatred of a black woman. It's very, very shocking. And it means that the Labour Party isn't necessarily a safe space for black women.
Diane Abbott is an elected MP of, I think, 35 years standing. Someone saying she looked perfectly fine when I saw her slithering down Vic Street. Slither is what a snake does, and using that kind of animalistic analogy. I mean, what you do when you want to abuse someone is, firstly, you dehumanize them.
Dehumanizing people, minoritized people, racialized people is a profoundly important way in which racism operates. Again, it's about power, but it's also about turning them into groups who are not like us.
And it's the tolerance of this bullying. That's when racism becomes institutionalized.
Diane Abbott reveals illness in Hits Out at Vicious Tory campaign. Abbott is truly repulsive. And then, oh my God, sorry, this is probably totally out of order, but type 1 is the medical one and type 2 is the bad diet one, correct? Maybe that's why she had to be shuffled from the health job. Someone should have asked her when she was diagnosed. It's just like, it's just disgusting. There's a point at which the people involved in this have stopped regarding people of African heritage as human. And I don't know how you find your way back from that.
The former opposition Attorney General, Shami Chakrabarti, is also discussed.
I'm sitting next to Shami for dinner.
Alan responds with an ice pick emoji. An ice pick was used by Stalin to kill a party rival, Leon Trotsky.
If this was a private sector organisation and people were on record talking like this about colleagues, there would have been some sort of reprimand, and the Labour Party has done nothing. It's as if they're colluding with this type of racism.
It tells me everything I need to know about the Labour Party, that it's not fit for purpose.
A senior barrister, Martin Forde, leads the investigation that Starmer commissioned in 2020. It concludes that the Labour Party is
not a welcoming place for people of colour.
The WhatsApp messages published 2 years ago expose
overt and underlying racism and sexism. The substance of the quoted messages is totally inappropriate from senior staff of a purportedly progressive political party.
What's worrying is that in response to the Forde report, that accusation has been completely ignored and they're not willing to acknowledge it or talk about it.
It shone a light on some of the things that had been going on. I'm afraid Sir Keir Starmer's leadership is giving succour to racists within the party.
The Forde report also describes a
hierarchy of racism. The party's more recent steps to address the problems with anti-Semitism, for example, have not been matched by a commitment to tackle other forms of racism.
When I would speak to my peers and the superiors about why we're not tackling Islamophobia and anti-black racism with the same ferocity as we were with anti-Semitism, the response was always, anti-Semitism is the organization's priority. As soon as an email would come in from the Jewish Chronicle, I would be told to stay behind and act on that case, even if it was just to suspend the member without even sending them questions, just so we can go back to the Jewish Chronicle and say, we've suspended this member.
Other forms of discrimination do not result in automatic suspension.
When we'd get lists from Labour Muslim Network, they would often sit in the complaints centre for a while or in the complaints inbox. We weren't ever instructed to work on those immediately.
One complaint under investigation concerns party member Martin Bridgman. He has shared several Islamophobic social media posts.
The particular depiction of the Prophet Muhammad as a paedophile is something which the long-held Islamophobic trope. And it's been used over centuries to suggest that there's something very unlike us about Muslim and Muslim men in particular.
When I had opened the case, I realized that the evidence that was provided was caricatures of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And to me, that's a clear-cut Islamophobic trope.
Bridgman is not suspended, but sent a message by the complaints team, suggesting that he should be more welcoming.
Definitely needs something along the lines of, can you see how somebody might find your post offensive? And possibly something along the lines of, do you think this cartoon helps create a welcoming home for Muslim members?
To be responded to with a curt email and an encouragement to think about inclusivity suggests that the disciplinary process doesn't see Islamophobia and doesn't want to see Islamophobia. And I'd go further than that. It suggests that there's a degree of tolerance of it.
The files show that journalist Rod Liddell is also being investigated. He'd written,
for many Muslims, the anti-Semitism is visceral, an ingrained part of their unpleasant ideology.
Party official Emily Oldknow emails.
He would be suspended under bringing the party into disrepute. Didn't want to do anything because he's a journalist, without you knowing about it first.
John Stolliday, the head of party's governance and legal unit, writes,
apparently Rod Liddell is chummy with Ian Austin, and by extension, TW. I still want to do this, but we're not under pressure to do it, so may just sit on it for now.
TW refers to then Deputy Leader Tom Watson, who along with MP Ian Austin opposes the Corbyn leadership. 2 years later, Liddell is eventually suspended. Trevor Phillips, the former head of Britain's Equalities Commission, is being investigated.
So what the survey is showing us is the emergence of what you might describe as a nation within the nation. I'd say that hardly anybody wants to see that happen. But the question is, what are we going to do about it?
If you replace the word Muslim with Jew or black or another racial minority, self-evidently to anybody hearing that, that would be a racist statement.
In his suspension notice, the party provides examples of Islamophobia. Phillips links the causes of wrongdoing involving Muslims to their faith.
A group of Germany's 5 million or so settled Muslim migrants had, for some reason, suddenly and inexplicably decided to run amok.
To talk about violence or bad behaviour by Muslims in Germany is a massive thing for the far right. It's grossly irresponsible, plays straight into the favourite tropes and language of the far right, is inflammatory.
Phillips also links the abuse of girls in England to Islam.
Authorities in towns such as Rotherham and Rochdale remain reluctant to associate the child grooming scandals with social norms within the largely Pakistani Muslim neighbourhoods in which they took place.
What is it that Trevor Phillips and others think makes it okay to make such generalising, disparaging, derogatory statements about Muslims and think it's just everyday conversation? It identifies a minority as a problem, and that's one of the key features in which racism proceeds.
I should have known better. The integration of Muslims will probably be the hardest task we've ever faced.
Halima Khan is the investigating officer in Phillips' case.
It seemed like I was reading something from a far-right manifesto that you'd expect from the likes of Tommy Robinson and the EDL.
Tommy Robinson is the former leader of the far-right English Defence League. Khan's colleagues also feel that Phillips is guilty of Islamophobia.
He was saying confidently that Muslims are not like us. He was using lines around Muslim ghettos, these incredibly racist talking points that the far right use to discriminate against Muslims on a daily basis. So I was disgusted.
Those under investigation are asked to explain their conduct. Phillips does not.
He refused to apologise for his statements. In fact, he felt that he had authority to make those statements because he was former chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. Had you replaced any of the words that Trevor Phillips had said about Muslims with Jewish, Trevor Phillips would have been expelled.
Phillips was suspended for over a year, but then reinstated as a party member.
The fact that Trevor Phillips was readmitted just demonstrates in black and white how little the Labour Party care about Islamophobia and how little they need to care as well, because there was no kind of moral outrage to kind of show how egregious this was.
What was fascinating was that he was unsuspended by the Labour Party in a very unusual way. Coincidentally, shortly before he was about to take up a job with Sky News hosting their flagship Sunday morning politics programme in which he would be interviewing leading Labour politicians.
Newham in East London is a diverse community. Residents have Pakistani, Bangladeshi, white, African and Caribbean heritage. The election of Corbyn as leader sees a sudden growth in membership of the party and interest in local politics.
Welcome, Jeremy Corbyn!
Suddenly all these people are thinking, oh, I'm going to join the Labour Party. We've got Jeremy Corbyn. There are ideas now. We can talk about freedom and equality and good social services and a proper national health service.
But not everyone in the party welcomes the new members.
We are a borough which is 100% Labour borough, but there wasn't enough representation of the Muslim community, especially Pakistani community. All the Labour Party leaders was from the white members of the community.
Pre-2015,
2016, the Labour Party was quite small in Newham, and meetings were even smaller. So people had positions. I think it became, for many of them, like a social club.
A factional battle breaks out, based on racial lines. A regional party organiser, Carl Morris, complains about Muslim community leaders. Morris and Amy Forde have been concerned about South Asian members.
Amy and I were alerted to a gathering of predominantly Asian men on the pavement.
Several Asian party members are congregating, waiting to attend the party's annual general meeting.
Carl states that he was alerted to a group of Pakistani men. So Amy Forde decided to take a photo of these individuals. I felt that that was completely inappropriate.
Morris's complaint continues.
The events on Thursday validate earlier information about a coordinated attempt to infiltrate in Newham by the Pakistani community. This is a toxic combination, and it makes an early freeze date for the selection process of local council candidates for the 2018 municipal elections essential.
It was quite clear to me that there was something insidious going on. Carl Morris states explicitly that he fears Newham is being infiltrated by a number of Pakistani men. Something that I saw as clear-cut Islamophobia. The word infiltrate is quite a loaded term, especially when you're talking about a group of Muslims who are trying to engage within politics.
It's shocking to use the word infiltrate. It's othering, it's putting people outside of the mainstream. It's very symptomatic that somebody who's working full-time for the Labour Party would see people who wanted to join as infiltrators. I think that's quite disgraceful and says a huge amount about their level of consciousness around race.
A councillor, Obaid Khan, is suspended from the party. Local community groups send a letter to Robin Wales, Newham's mayor.
We wish to express our dissatisfaction, anger, and disappointment at the treatment of a leading figure in the Muslim community, Councillor Obaid Khan. We believe you have contrived and manipulated the party processes to get him unfairly expelled with trumped-up and false accusations against him.
Mayor Wales passes the letter to John Stolliday, the head of the party's legal and governance unit.
The mayor of Newham at that time then sent an email across to John Stolliday stating that the contents were libelous in form and seeking advice on what action he can take against the members.
Stolliday writes back to Mayor Wales.
I'm sorry you have been subject of such horrible lies and smears. As for disciplinary action against those individuals, I agree that we need to protect you. If you have any more evidence that we can tie to individuals, then do send it through.
Instead of questioning the mayor at that time and in regards to why the members were claiming racial discrimination, John Stolliday decided to agree with the mayor and say that these accusations are libelous, and decided to take action against the individuals that had raised the complaints.
Tahir Mirza is one of the Muslim Labour Party members who is accused of libel.
This is the element of some kind of Islamophobia clearly mentioned in this letter. These things suggest how they feel about the local community, particularly the Pakistani community being mentioned.
A fellow Labour Party activist, Mahmood Mirza, was also accused of undermining Mayor Wales.
When we joined the Labour Party, we believed in fairness and the definition of the Labour Party, and this is totally going against the Labour Party.
The attitude towards Tahir and Mahmoud was that they were dangerous, that they had their own agenda, and that they were carrying out communal politics. Muslim men on a mission to destroy the Labour Party.
The atmosphere became even worse after the election of the new party leader in 2020.
Next Labour Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party.
Under Starmer, it changed quite quickly. We were told what we couldn't debate at meetings. We couldn't debate miscarriages of justice. And quite quickly, I believe our free speech was shut down in the Labour Party. It was a very, very unpleasant and toxic atmosphere to be in because you could be accused of all sorts of things. It was like warfare.
A Newham party member, David Gillies, sends a letter to David Evans, Labour's General Secretary, with an attachment.
I enclose a report and appendices which set out systematic breaches of Labour Party rules and possibly electoral law by a small group of party members, as they seek to take control of the two constituencies that make up the London Borough of Newham.
A 100-page dossier is secretly compiled by a member of the party. It provides information on mostly South Asian residents of Newham.
Wow, that's my company as well.
I can see recordings of my speech that I've made. Wow.
When I first read the dossier, I was quite terrified, actually, for the members. It was horrific to see the level of detail that was included in such a dossier.
It's a shocking document. It seems to me that somebody actually working inside the Labour Party against ethnic minorities.
The dossier contains private information about the lives and activities of Muslim members and their families. We have redacted this information.
Mahmoud Mirza is registered to vote and is a member of the party at an address in West Ham. There is clear evidence that Mahmoud Mirza, his wife, and children live in East Ham. One of his children attends the nearby academy, and the other, a local primary school. His car, license number, has been parked on several occasions near to...
It looks like somebody is constantly monitoring me. They have got all the information about me, what I do, where I go, where my children goes, where I work, how many properties I have, how many tenants live in my property, and how many are the member of the Labour Party. They shouldn't have that information, especially towards my children where they're going to school. So I'm surprised and I'm gutted. That's why.
The members in Newham were essentially stalked, and for me, it posed a significant safety risk because in the dossier was mentioned where members had parked their cars, their car registration numbers, where their children went to school. That's a serious safeguarding issue, and the fact that the party didn't see it as one was of concern.
It was apparently an individual party member who sent the dossier to the General Secretary.
The person writing this letter appears to have done that in a personal capacity as opposed to an official capacity. Now, that brings questions as to how somebody in a personal capacity would have had the data to begin with.
So it's quite telling that the dossier uses ethnic and racial criteria to identify new Labour Party members, it sees as being problematic. In addition to ethnicity and culture, are referred to through a number of, tropes or stereotypes. They're people who own houses, they're people who run local businesses. There's a reason to be suspicious.
The dossier makes the same claims as the complaint letter that was sent to the party leaders 4 years earlier.
This report describes the activities of a small group of Labour Party members involved in coordinated activities to take over both the constituency parties that make up the London Borough of Newham.
It is shocking, yes. The word being used in taken over.
Activities to take over both constituency parties in Newham. Take over.
If you have 80% BAM living in those areas and the mostly membership are from the ethnic minorities, that word take over is completely wrong. Perhaps someone who done that don't like the ethnic minority at all.
Mahmood Mirza, or his property company, own at least 10 properties in Newham. All 10 have party members registered as living in them, including Mahmood Mirza himself. There are up to 33 party members in total that have been identified as living in these homes. Some of the addresses appear very overcrowded.
But they're just trying to portray that I'm a bad guy. I am somebody who is using his property to recruit a membership. So they're saying that I am trying to infiltrate in the Labour Party.
Racial profiling was used to provide a detailed analysis of the BAME membership in Newham.
There was graphs with a breakdown of the dialect members spoke.
If you're using ethnicity to identify people as a problem within your group, then that suggests that there's something institutionally wrong.
It's victimisation and weaponisation of Islamophobia.
I think the Labour Party has used the race card to control the Labour Party in London Borough of Newham especially, because they're singling out the Muslim community and Asian community.
I find this dossier completely unbelievable. And reading this, it's like reading some sort of far-right tract by some demented American right-winger. And this is published or done inside the Labour Party. It's terrifying.
But whoever the author of this, he must have access to all these information from someone within the Labour Party, because ordinary person cannot have that.
David Gillis shouldn't have access to any of this information, actually. He's not a Labour Party official.
Under data protection, the secretary and the membership secretary had access to electronic data. So this person, who I believe authored the report, where they would get the information, I don't know, and that seems like a breach of the Data Protection Act.
Britain has strict data protection laws known as GDPR, which are overseen by an Information Commissioner's Office, or ICO. Labour Party headquarters did not report a breach.
One of the few really clear provisions of GDPR is a requirement to report any data breaches within 72 hours to the regulator. The more senior members of the party find out about a data breach, the higher the obligation to report. this breach, or series of breaches potentially, to the ICO.
The dossier advises the General Secretary to suspend Newham's Labour parties and its Muslim leaders.
Only a rigorous process of this sort will clean up the membership of both constituency Labour parties in Newham.
Within weeks, Mehmood Mirza is suspended, hours before party members were to vote on selecting candidates for local councils.
If he hadn't have been suspended, he would have won overwhelmingly. So it's dirty tricks. Suspend him at 5 o'clock when there's no one left in the office, because they can't defeat us politically. They'll defeat us through bureaucratic measures, and that's exactly what they've done.
Should one of these members submit a subject access request, they would see this dossier in its entirety and we would be liable for legal action.
A subject access request, or SAR, is a legal right under Britain's General Data Protection Regulations, or GDPR. People can demand that organisations or companies reveal personal data held about them.
I applied for a subject access report 2 years ago. I never got any response. The only response I got, they asked for the ID to be provided, which I have provided.
I have applied for the SARS request twice, but I never actually got the response back from them.
If the data or the responses to the questions posed by the data subjects are not answered within the outer limit of 90 days, then that in itself is a breach of GDPR.
Halima Khan says she told her boss at Labour Party headquarters of her concerns.
I feel that this dossier is potentially criminal in nature because we weren't provided with how the author of the dossier had come to have all this data on these members. It's not data that we collect as a party anyways.
I'm scared, more scared now, after seeing this, the level where they can go to. If somebody following your children to school, it's not normal, is it?
It's utterly shaming of this. I mean, utterly shaming. It's against everything the Labour Party is supposed to believe in. I'd even thought if I was the police, I'd be looking into investigating this dossier because it strongly suggests that the Labour Party has been breaking the law.
In March 2021, Newham's Labour Party branches are suspended. More than 5,000 mostly Muslim party members are denied a voice.
They deny the democracy. So we're being denied our democratic right to choose our own councillors, choose our own mayor.
When I mentioned the potential criminality of this dossier, I was effectively pushed off the project because I challenged the party's decision to suspend the whole of Newham based on the dossier.
When Marcia Hutchinson backs a pro-Corbyn candidate over a sitting black councillor, she is accused of racism.
I am shocked, infuriated, that she had the audacity to think that she could come along and interfere by putting someone up against me when I am the sitting councillor. To me, that is uncomradely and racist.
Comments were made to me and about me, which I considered to be defamatory, and those were made by sitting councillors and the then leader of the council.
Councillor Pat Carney sends an email.
Many comrades have brought to my attention that disgraceful attack on the group and its members by the above member. It follows this member dancing on the deselection of a working-class woman of African heritage.
Pat Carney wrote to 94 out of 96 councillors to say that I was wealthy and privileged. I'm not sure what made him think that, but I went to Oxford from a comprehensive school in Bradford. First person from my family to go to university, but the mere fact that I went to Oxford was used as a stick to beat me with. I think they see authentic black people as poor and inarticulate, and if you're articulate, then you are no longer black and you can be ignored.
6 months after becoming a councillor, Hutchinson resigns. The files include the grievance letter of another senior black woman in the party. After Starmer becomes leader in 2020, her career stalls. We are not naming her.
So here is where my unfair treatment by party comes in. I apply for a role that sits within the same team I work in, a sidestep, remaining on the same grade. A role, objectively speaking, I am overqualified for. I get shortlisted. The role is given to a policy officer with no management experience.
She is offered a more junior role.
With a reduced salary, a demotion.
How can this even happen? Like, there is still some level of employment law in the country. There is this sort of thing that seems to be emerging where political parties don't seem to be answerable to the law of the land. Like, they are lawless.
I am a prime example of why so many say the party has a problem with race. It is why you can count on one hand the number of senior black women in the party.
To see this happening at a senior level within the Labour Party is just disgusting. Not just disheartening, disgusting. It makes me feel viscerally ill, sick in my gut. And that's one of the reasons I'm no longer in the Labour Party, because it affects your health to see this kind of thing played out so openly by people who don't care. They actively don't give a damn.
The hierarchy of racism, identified in the Forde report, means that those accused of anti-Semitism are suspended, while issues that concern Muslims are overlooked.
For a young Muslim woman, it was an incredibly toxic environment to be working in within that unit. I explicitly asked whether or not my job would be at risk for supporting the freedom and liberation of Palestinians. And the response, quite frankly, was, "I'll have to get back to you on that." As an individual that struggled with cases of Islamophobia and trying to get suspensions, I believe I was regarded as a troublemaker within the organisation.
Khan opposed the party's reinstatement of Trevor Phillips, the former head of Britain's Equalities Commission. She is accused of leaking news of it to the media and is dismissed. Her colleague is also accused.
There was a leak to the press that Trevor Phillips had been readmitted to the party, and we were wrongly accused of doing that. And we were suspended immediately without any evidence or a chance to defend ourselves.
The evidence that they had was me opening up the Trevor Phillips file. This was something that the party persisted in its allegation against me, that I didn't have authority to access a file that I had written myself.
The Labour files include recordings of a video call between Sir Keir Starmer and Black and Asian staff. Starmer had described the Black Lives Matter movement as a moment.
There's a broader issue here, the Black Lives Matter movement, or moment, if you like, internationally.
It's for me to explain what I meant when I said moment. I am clear what I meant. Some people thought I meant fleeting moment. I honestly don't see that it's possible to read that into what I actually said.
Keir Starmer is a lawyer. He chooses his words carefully, and when he described Black Lives Matter as a moment, it was very telling.
The leadership's attitude to Black Lives Matter was incredibly hostile. The first thing that the leadership wanted to do was to appear on media and delegitimise the activists and also distance themselves from the policy agenda that they were promoting.
Black and Asian staff write a memo to Starmer and Deputy Leader Angela Rayner.
For Black members of staff, we need to be listened to. We expect the manifestation of our trauma to be understood. Instead, the top line briefed was that Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, condemns the completely wrong tearing down of the statue of slave trader Edward Colston in Bristol at the weekend.
I see Keir Starmer as a man who has absolutely no political integrity. It's like, what do I need to say? We've taken the temperature that everybody in this country is against the Colston statue being dropped. So therefore, it doesn't matter whether I think it's right or wrong, I need to take a position that it's wrong because that was what will get me elected.
2 days after the BAME Group's letter to Starmer and Rayner, the party drafts a strategy to regain Black support. All but one of the team writing the report, called the Black Engagement Plan, is white. Ellie Robinson, Keir Starmer's deputy political director, emails.
This morning, there was a discussion about BLM. I took an action to write up a plan for our work in this area going forward. I think our lines to the Black community are in a good place.
Halima Khan is chair of the BAME staff network at the time.
The Black Community Engagement Plan. I have never seen this before. I'm not surprised that this would have come to the BAME staff. I don't think we would have taken it well, especially when Black Lives Matter is referred to as a culture war.
I think the framing of the document very much shows like the anxiety of the leadership when it comes to these issues that are part of the culture war, part of that they are terrified of being seen as acting on issues of diversity, inclusion, because it might alienate some people who they perceive to be their key voters.
Right, Jeremy to speak.
The Labour Party lost support from what's called the Red Wall, mostly white working-class communities, at the 2019 election. Many switched to the governing Conservative Party.
And the idea seems to be promoted by the Labour leadership that Red Wall voters are kind of reactionary on social issues, that they're patriotic, Union Jack-loving, slightly kind of possibly a bit racist people, and explain it to the public by saying, well, you know, we need to win these particular seats back in the north of England.
The Black Community Engagement Plan largely ignores Black Lives Matter and concentrates on winning over the Red Wall.
It's been made in order to allow management to find an easy route through the kind of Black Lives Matter movement and find but there's very little in terms of coming up with a policy agenda that will tackle institutional racism.
The liberal authoritarian axis is still going to be a key driver of voters' behaviour. To get us back into a position on the culture war that divides our Red Wall voters from our liberal urban voters.
There's nothing in there that actually talks about what are the really important issues that we need to address as a political party for those communities to gain and lives to be improved by us being the next government. Nothing.
The Black Engagement Plan is more about electoral strategy than Black Lives Matter.
We have managed to walk a delicate line over the past 2 weeks. These questions hinge on choices about which voters we are trying to win in which seats.
The BAME staff network contributes little to the engagement plan.
The involvement of the BAME staff has always been as a window dressing exercise to show that, we are engaging, but when they're actually planning out, their strategy, we're never consulted.
The Labour files include David Evans' job interview with Keir Starmer before he was appointed General Secretary.
I want to ask you about the Red Wall, or the so-called Red Wall, which we saw collapsing over a number of years, but particularly in certain communities in 2019. We, the Labour Party, need to re-engage with those communities. How would you propose that we do that?
Thank you. As I said in my presentation, for me, it's of course not the only thing we have to do, but it is the most important thing to do. I don't think we're going anywhere unless we can reconnect here. And it's where we're from, and so it should be what we're about. I've got every confidence we can do this.
They're trying to find a position that will please a liberal urban voter as well as a person in the Red Wall seats who they believe to be people who are mostly white and who won't stand for issues that will improve equality in this country.
It's absolutely fantastic to be here.
Sort of suggests that there's a sort of battle for the bottom, battle for the sewer between the Tories and Labour now for sort of bigoted white votes. Suggests that the Labour Party's lost its way. Al Jazeera's Labour files actually corroborate that there is something rather ill, troubling, frightening about the Labour Party.
The British Muslim has to think twice now, because Labour is not a safe haven for them as we was thinking in the past, and the Labour is maybe not the place you're thinking that you're supposed to be in.
What the Labour Party took from me was a sense of believing that I could be a part of something bigger than me and advocate for change and, a better world.
What happened to me was enough to make me step down. It reeks of a culture where anti-black racism is not only accepted, not only tolerated, but actively promoted.
Labour spends more time expelling and disciplining each other rather than getting on with being good politicians who are representing the needs of people.
An incident in South London in early 2021 reveals how Labour, under Sir Keir Starmer's leadership, deals with dissent among its local councillors.
Finished working on whatever story I was working on that day fairly late. And I just noticed that there's something not quite right about the email account.
Stephen Downes is the editor of Inside Croydon, an online news site that investigates the town's local government, Croydon Council.
Turned to my son and said, "Yeah, can you turn the TV down? I think I've been hacked." I couldn't actually get into my emails. I was locked out of my Inside Croydon email account.
Unable to check his emails, he turns to Twitter.
Then the tweet came through as well. a badly drafted tweet. It just basically said to the 12,000, 13,000 followers that we had at the time that councillors Stephen Mann, Robert Canning and Andrew Pelling had been acting as sources to Inside Croydon. I was horrified when I saw that. I was sick to my stomach.
Downes' Inside Croydon website reports on allegations of poor governance involving Labour councillors. The borough went bankrupt in 2020. Downes' reporting is not appreciated by the Labour leadership in Croydon, which backs Keir Starmer. Andrew Pelling is a former Labour councillor.
There was a great deal of obsession with Inside Croydon, and we spent more time discussing Inside Croydon than we spent discussing the finances of the council.
The three councillors exposed in the hacked tweet were critics of the Croydon Labour leadership.
The sort of work I do is journalism which seeks to publish things which other people don't want to have published.
Such was the failed governance of the council group that people felt that the party was not the place where it was allowed to express even the mildest of concerns.
The Labour group had passed a motion that banned any Labour councillors from talking to us.
So we ended up in a situation where that debate and discussion took place on the pages of Inside Croydon.
Downes regains access to his accounts, changes his passwords, and puts the incident behind him. A Croydon Labour activist, Ruth Bannister, writes to local Labour politicians.
I've been in a rather unusual predicament that has cost me no end of sleep recently. I've really struggled over what to do with all this information. I'm unsure a crime has been committed bar a couple of potential data breaches, but do feel that much of this needs to be shared or acted upon, as it is in the public interest to do so.
Attached to the email is a dossier labelled Inside Croydon Data. It contains hundreds of items from Downes' mailbox. It reveals his communication with Labour councillors.
I would ask you to treat this confidentially. I can't just sit by and watch some of what is unfolding here.
I've always tried to protect my sources, and I have always protected my sources. And that hack was very damaging to me reputationally, and I felt it very hard because the victims of the hack were the people that had come to me in all good faith.
A recipient of Ruth Bannister's email was Clive Fraser, the chief whip of the Croydon Labour group. A whip in British politics is someone who ensures that politicians follow the party line.
I received the email from Councillor Fraser in March in 2021, detailing 6 emails that he said he had in his possession. My response to Councillor Fraser was that the matter had been referred to the police, that it would not be appropriate to have discussions with him on that matter while it was a matter of police investigation.
Croydon's Labour Party did not inform the police. Instead, Fraser asks Labour's London regional office for advice on whether the emails can be used for disciplinary purposes.
The contents of the emails required assessment and is likely to lead to serious disciplinary consideration.
The regional organiser writes back.
Please hold fire before taking any disciplinary action based on this info. We need to establish if it is admissible.
Labour's London office ultimately informs Fraser that...
Broadly speaking, I think the hacked information can be shared, as long as this is being used to inform a disciplinary investigation.
Ruth Bannister, the initial recipient of the hacked data, files complaints about the 3 Labour councillors who leaked information to Inside Croydon. They are accused of
leaking confidential and damaging info from council and Labour group.
Bannister is keen to keep her role in denouncing the journalist's sources a secret.
I'm happy to speak about this matter and answer any questions you may have, but if possible, I'd like to remain anonymous.
The Chief Whip, Clive Fraser, then begins disciplinary procedures against Councillor Pelling.
Unfortunately, I have to write to you regarding communication between yourself and the email account of the blog site Inside Croydon, which have been forwarded to me by a third party. I believe provides grounds for an investigative meeting that may lead to disciplinary action.
There was a time when the newspapers were hacking vulnerable individuals and the politicians, and now it's the other way around. And I think Labour should be ashamed that they're associating themselves with hacking the press. To be a little bit overdramatic, this was our own little Watergate.
A former head of enforcement at Britain's data watchdog, the Information Commissioner's Office, assesses the case.
This is clearly an integrity issue, because the thing with data protection, the first principle talks about fairness. Fairness is really important. Accountability is very important. We're talking about a major political party who do know what the difference is between doing things properly and doing things improperly.
Bannister passes the dossier of hacked emails to Hamida Ali, the leader of the Labour group in Croydon Council. She also passes it to Steve Reid, the local MP, and now Labour's opposition Minister for Justice.
They've emailed Steve Reid, who's a member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet. I mean, Steve Reid is a shadow justice minister. He must have some understanding, surely, of what the right thing to do is under the law. And this isn't it.
Downs learns that his hacked communications are being shared with the local Labour hierarchy. He writes to Councillor Hamida Ali.
When I was writing to Hamida Ali, I was trying to retrieve the situation in some way that it's damage limitation for the three councillors named. I never had a response from Hamida Ali.
The party did not alert Downs to the hack.
I think you have a responsibility to tell that journalist that you've come into contact with information that's been unlawfully obtained from their systems. The ethical side is very important. It's gone to a political party, and you would expect the political party to be very careful, knowing that this has been unlawfully obtained.
The Labour files contains a complaint by Clive Fraser against David White, a supporter of former leader Jeremy Corbyn. Fraser's complaint about White includes some of the hacked emails.
I think the allegations are totally unfair, totally unsubstantiated. There's absolutely no way in which those matters should be of any concern to anybody. They're simply making comments, short comments on matters which Stephen Downs is writing about in his blog Inside Croydon.
The MP Steve Reid, who is close to Labour's leader Keir Starmer, asks the London regional office to forward the complaint to the party's senior official, General Secretary David Evans.
You've just shown me this, in which Steve Reid, David Evans, has shown particular interest in David White. Now, David White has been in the Labour Party his entire life. He'd served the party diligently and exhaustively in various offices within Croydon Central constituency Labour Party.
Stephen Downs was providing information which the general public and members of the Labour Party should be aware of.
He believed in doing the right thing and having some real progressive socialist policies. He was immensely infused when Jeremy Corbyn became leader of the party.
The wonderful campaign that I was involved with brought a lot of people back into politics because they believed there was something on offer for them.
David White worked with others within the local Labour Party to get others, what might be described as of the left, into positions of authority within the party and as elected officials.
David Evans passes the file on White to the Executive Director of Legal Affairs, Alex Barris-Curtis.
Can you ask whomever to look at David White, Croydon? I'm getting a lot of incoming on it, for reasons I can explain later.
I'm getting a lot of incoming on it, so I mean, there's all one can deduce from that at face value is that there was a lot of attempts to incriminate me in some way, but the papers show that the head of Legal Affairs, Alex Barris-Curtis, was involved, had information passed to him, and David Evans, the General Secretary of the party, is also copied into this information. Why should they be interested in one particular case?
I mean, there's an agenda going on here. There's a witch hunt going on here.
They were concerned about any Labour Party member who was trying to open up what was happening in the party, the lack of democracy, the purge, as I would call it, of members who on the left of the party or in some way don't fit in with the image that Keir Starmer wants for the Labour Party members.
White was expelled from the party, accused of being an anti-Semite.
It shows the way the disciplinary procedures in the Labour Party are being totally abused. There's a complete absence of natural justice. There's reliance all the time on information being supplied, usually by anonymous sources, often by people outside the Labour Party.
And for them to accuse David White of anti-Semitism and then not allow him to have a hearing is just pitiful. David White is not an anti-Semite.
The whole process stinks, and they're really using the disciplinary procedure as a way of operating a purge.
A new chief whip replaces Clive Fraser. Councillor Gerry Fitzpatrick is a former practicing lawyer. He took over the disciplinary cases against the 3 councillors. The Labour Files reveals his concerns. The initial advice provided by the regional office
does not even begin to dispose of my concerns. There is a public interest in the right of a journalist to protect confidential sources and the right of an elected representative to put into the public domain matters in which the public may have a legitimate interest. Croydon has received criticism from auditors and a government team in respect of opaque decision-making processes. The decisions have had disastrous financial consequences for the borough. This makes it politically more difficult for those in the leadership of the Croydon Council Labour Group to say that those who acted to put information in the public domain are wrongdoers.
Fitzpatrick reminds the party's governance and legal unit that
the evidence at the heart of the investigation is stolen goods.
When I looked at the Chief Whip's analysis, here's someone who kind of understands what's going on here. And I agreed with his conclusions.
For the editor of Inside Croydon, the story was not over yet.
In the next day or two, some quite strange things happened to some of the people that I emailed, in that if they responded to me, they were getting automatic responses from the leader of the Labour group to say that their email had been blind carbon copied to them as well.
In Downes's case, a hacker changes his computer settings so that a blind carbon copy of his emails are sent to others without his knowledge.
I found myself communicating with Stephen Downes, the editor of Inside Croydon, on a particular range of email addresses, and I was getting blind copies back from the leader of the council, Councillor Ali.
So some sort of digital device had been, some sort of bug had been left in the email account as a nasty little farewell present.
I took the view that there was a continued monitoring of my communications with Inside Croydon.
Gerry Fitzpatrick sends multiple emails to the Governance and Legal Unit for the attention of Alex Barras-Curtis and General Secretary David Evans. He informs the party of the blind copy hack.
Since I wrote to David, I had become aware that someone has hacked into the email accounts of at least 2 members of our group, in order that emails which they are continuing to send to the local blog Inside Croydon are blind copied to the leader of the council, Hamida Ali, and my predecessor as Chief Whip, Clive Fraser. Do Councillor Ali and Fraser have to inform the police?
Fitzpatrick did not receive a response from the party. The blind copy hack raises legal concerns.
The ethical issues when you're receiving information from a blind hack is similar to the other hacking one. If you're getting blind copy hacks and you're letting it go for a week or 2 weeks or a month, and you're reading the emails that are coming through, then you're not doing the right thing, and it's certainly not very ethical.
Andrew Pelling was later expelled from the Labour Party.
A received opinion was that one of the reasons why they were getting rid of me was because I had voted for Jeremy Corbyn in the most recent leadership election.
The Information Commissioner's office is still investigating the incident.
There is a party that condones associating itself with hacking of the press. What are they going to do when they're in national government? Are they going to condone this kind of behaviour with national newspapers?
Al Jazeera has obtained the largest leak of documents in British political history. The Labour files revealed the inner workings of a political party that could soon govern Britain.
It just stinks to high heaven what they're doing in the background.
The investigation found evidence of factionalism and racism in the party.
It's utterly sickening that this is happening in a party that claims to be anti-racist, that claims that Black Lives Matter. We don't.
Now, the lawyer commissioned by Labour to investigate the same issues speaks publicly for the first time about what he calls the party's hierarchy of racism.
Anti-black racism, Islamophobia, isn't taken as seriously as anti-Semitism. That's the perception that came through.
Have you watched the Labour Files series?
I have, with interest, all 3. I was fascinated.
The media was not interested in the reality of the story.
Shut your mouth!
What was very interesting about watching your Labour Files programme was that I think you were actually given access to even more than I was. Now, that isn't necessarily because the party didn't disclose relevant documents, because I think they did. But it seemed to me that you'd had access to more than anybody else.
The Labour Party, under the leadership of Keir Starmer, appointed Martin Forde to conduct his inquiry in May 2020. The Labour files revealed Starmer made a firm commitment to Black and Asian minority ethnic staff in the party.
I can assure you that this investigation is not going to be a whitewash. I know what an independent investigation looks like, and I know what I'm looking for.
Forde examined hostile WhatsApp messages between senior staff about Diane Abbott a Member of Parliament and an ally of former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn.
She literally makes me sick.
Abbott is truly repulsive.
There's no doubt that there were comments made within the WhatsApp group which were racist. I talk in terms of Diane Abbott and a visceral disgust.
Forde felt this reflected a broader problem in the party.
There were a number of submissions I received from party members suggesting that they did feel that the party had wider issues with their approach to racial discrimination. Quite a high proportion of black and Asian councillors or prospective MPs felt they'd been subjected to disciplinary action which had been deliberately timed to exclude them from qualifying processes or selection.
In his report, published in July 2022, Forde made 165 recommendations. He was surprised to have heard almost nothing from the party since.
I've had very limited communication with the General Secretary, David Evans, but that was really housekeeping. I have spoken to a caucus of black Labour Party MPs in the House of Commons. Other than that, I've not spoken to anybody within the party machinery. My slight anxiety is in terms of the perception of a hierarchy and genuine underlying concerns about the wider racial issues, that it's not, in my view, a sufficient response to say that was then, this is now. These are serious debates that need to be had in a respectful context, and I just feel there's work to be done.
The issue of anti-Semitism and the belief that the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn harboured anti-Jewish racists dominated the British media for the 4 years of Corbyn's leadership. It contributed to his defeat in the 2019 election, but the British media has shown almost no interest in the Forde report.
Since July last year, how many media outlets have approached you?
I think I was approached by one on the day of publication, but they candidly accepted that they hadn't actually read the report, and I suggested they might want to do that first, and they didn't come back to me.
Is that it?
That's it, yep.
While the media showed little interest in reporting his findings, Forde did receive pressure from Britain's national broadcaster to alter his report. In July 2019, the BBC's main current affairs programme, Panorama, released a documentary fiercely critical of Corbyn's handling of anti-Semitism within the party. Forde said Panorama's use of internal Labour Party emails was
entirely misleading.
The document I'm holding is an email from Karen Whiteman, who's the editor of Panorama. I would be grateful if you would consider amending your report in respect of your references to Panorama so that it more fairly reflects what the programme actually said. I also received emails from John Ware, who was the lead reporter for that documentary.
John Ware's email said,
"Your report has done significant damage to my reputation and to that of the Corporation for Journalistic Integrity. May I ask you to respond by 4 p.m. tomorrow, 11th of October.
I was a little taken aback. The tone was rather like a letter before action that, I might see in litigation. I just came in with a completely open mind, which I'm sure Mr. Ware would say he did too, and he went where his evidence took him. And that's what journalists do. I felt I had a fuller picture because I interviewed not only some of the participants in the programme, but I also interviewed those who hadn't participated in the programme from the alternative faction, as they're often seen. And I would like to think that as I've been a barrister now, I think I'm in my 38th year, that I would have a degree of forensic skill and an ability to try and assess credibility and consistency, because that's what lawyers look for.
The main email used by Panorama featured in the Labour files. It was sent by the party's Director of Communications, Seamus Milne, to Labour's disciplinary unit. Panorama claimed it revealed interference by the leadership in the disciplinary process. Milne's deputy, James Snyder, described how the email referred to a specific case and had been heavily edited.
It reads, "This member is a Jewish activist, the son of a Holocaust survivor. If we're more than very occasionally using disciplinary action against Jewish members for anti-Semitism, something's going wrong, and we're muddling up political disputes with racism. Quite apart from this specific case, I think going forward, we need to review where and how we're drawing the line if we're going to have clear and defensible processes." So, how this is used is just the red bit. So these 10 words.
I felt vindicated because you demonstrated graphically that it had been filleted. And I think the filleting meant the context was lost and a more sinister interpretation could be placed upon that email than was ever intended.
Forde refused to alter the wording of his report.
I couldn't go so far as to say that this was deliberate. It just seemed to me to be objectively entirely misleading to have that partial quote.
Forde also expressed concern about a second segment in the Panorama film.
But also included...
It featured a Labour Party investigator who was Jewish describing an interview he'd conducted.
And we finished the interview. The person got up to leave the room and then turned back to me and said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "What do you mean, where am I from?" And she said, "I asked you, where are you from?" And I said, "I'm not prepared to discuss this." And they said, "Are you from Israel?" What can you say to that? You are assumed to be in cahoots with the Israeli government. It's this obsession with that just spills over all the time into anti-Semitism.
The Labour files interviewed the party member involved, who was also Jewish.
When he says, "Where are you from? Are you from Israel?" that's an absolute lie. I didn't say that.
She had a recording of the interview which showed she, in fact, asked what branch of the Labour Party he belonged to.
So I'm just curious about, what branch are you in?
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay.
I was concerned that the two elderly ladies had a tape recording of a meeting where they were later accused of anti-Semitism, which to my ear revealed nothing of the sort. And I think that had also found its way into the same Panorama programme. But I hadn't appreciated that, and it wasn't part of my report.
The Labour files revealed abuse towards Jews who supported Corbyn and other left-wingers. This prompted anger from the party's former Shadow Chancellor.
I was like everyone else, shocked, moved, heartbroken about the way some of the people I know have been treated that were on that programme. These are allegations that the Labour Party must take seriously and must investigate.
Forde's report recommended that Jews who supported Corbyn and don't support Israel should be involved in the party's anti-Semitism training, which he criticised as
didactic, top-down and one-dimensional.
In the same way as not all black people are homogenous, neither are all Jewish people. I just feel that somebody needs to find a way of encouraging respectful debate such that it is understood that it is not automatically anti-Semitic of you to express a criticism of government policies in Israel. I just felt as a lawyer that, because everybody says the Labour Party is a broad church, that it would be desirable perhaps to have a span of views on the training course.
Former party leader Jeremy Corbyn welcomed the findings in the Labour files.
The Al Jazeera programme about the Labour Party has had a very big and very powerful impact on Labour Party members and supporters because it's unlocked a lot of truths about what happened during the time that I was leader of the party, and the systematic undermining, not just of me, but of many other people in the party, and the abuse that was heaped upon MPs such as Diane Abbott. I now have a much better understanding of what I was up against.